Call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Aiken?
Here.
Let the record show we have 4 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Do we have any public speakers here to address our closed session agenda?
We don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So at this time, I will close public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. Thank you.
here today at the Brookhurst Community Center in Anaheim. We're doing a gun buyback program. The program is totally anonymous. People can turn in their weapons, and we're going to give them a gift card, $300 if it's an assault weapon. Otherwise, all the other weapons that we collect, they must be operable, are $100 each.
The goal is to take them from people that don't want them, and we safely recover them, and ultimately the weapons are destroyed. It's not uncommon that we see firearms stolen during residential or vehicle burglaries. Firearms are commonly used for violent crimes, and the goal is to reduce that.
This is very personal to me. I lost my brother-in-law close to 30 years ago, who was an LA deputy sheriff, and he was shot and killed by one of these weapons. The great thing about today is that many assault weapons were voluntarily provided and given in for gift cards.
It's the community coming together and helping each other. I want to come here to say personally, with my presence and my words, thank you to Orange County, to these incredible supervisors, elected leaders, community activists, public safety officers who have all come together to make Anaheim and Orange County safer.
And so with that, we're looking again, maybe in a year from now, doing yet another buyback, hopefully even bigger and bigger than we're doing today. Well, I'm here today at the Brookhurst Community Center in Anaheim. We're doing a gun buyback program. The program is totally anonymous. People can turn in their weapons, and we're going to give them a gift card, $300 if it's an assault weapon. Otherwise, all the other weapons that we collect, they must be operable, are $100 each.
The goal is to take them from people that don't want them, and we safely recover them, and ultimately the weapons are destroyed. It's not uncommon that we see
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Tim Eaton from Zion Lutheran Church. Following that, Councilmember Rubalcaba will lead us in the flag salute. Will you all please stand? And Pastor Eaton, please begin when you are ready. Nice to see you.
Thank you for having me. Honorable Mayor, esteemed members of our City Council, and fellow residents, would you join me in bowing our heads in a word of prayer? Gracious God, we give you thanks that through Paul you have instructed us to lift up prayers for all people, but especially for those who are in authority. And so tonight, Lord, we pray for our City Council meeting. We ask that you would bless us in order for us to have peace within our city, that you would give our council and those gathered both candor and also respect. We pray that would enable us to have peace within our city. We pray especially during this, the month of domestic violence awareness, that you would give us peace within our homes and respect for one another, both out in our city and also with those whom are close to us. We pray this all in the name of the Prince of Peace, Jesus. Amen.
Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We have Supervisor Doug Chafee here with us this evening, who is going to be giving us a presentation on his always successful gun buyback program. So I would like to welcome you, Supervisor Chafee, and please begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing me to share with you our third gun buyback program. First one was hosted by me at the City of Placentia Police Department, taking the lead. Second one came here in Anaheim. So thank you, Mayor Ashley, for helping with that, and the Chief of Police, and the great job that you did in laying everything out. So our third gun buyback will be sponsored by three supervisors this time, Supervisor Vincenti Sarmiento and Janet Nguyen. This one will be hosted by the Garden Grove Police Department on November 8 from 10 to 3, and that's a Saturday, and the same procedures will apply, where you transport your unwanted weapon in the trunk of your car. You go through the drive-through and you pop your trunk. You don't get out of your car. And one of the officers will take the weapon, inspect it, and grade it so we know how much to pay for it. And we pay for that with gift cards, not in cash. And then we also, as part of that, offer a free gun lock for those that have other weapons they'd like to secure. I might add that from our past gun buybacks, we've offered free gun locks too. Found about 1 in 3 wanted one. So we created a separate program to pass out gun locks for those who need it. That's one of the flyers that you have in front of me is for the free gun lock program. You can contact our website at d4.ocgov.com/free gun locks. Request a gun lock. It'll be provided up to 3 per request. You know, when you buy them 10,000 at a time, the price is pretty good, and we're not likely to run out anytime soon. So we welcome anyone in Orange County that would like a free gun lock. Just go ahead and click on that website, fill out the form, and we'll be delighted to send you your gun lock. If I may turn back to the gun buyback, we do have a short video clip showing what happened in Anaheim, if we could put that on. In Anaheim, we're doing a gun buyback program. The program is totally anonymous. People can turn in their weapons, and we're going to give them a gift card, $300 if it's an assault weapon. Otherwise, all the other weapons that we collect, they must be operable, are $100 each.
The goal is to take them from people that don't want them, and we safely recover them, and ultimately the weapons are destroyed. It's not uncommon that we see firearms stolen during residential or vehicle burglaries. Firearms are commonly used for violent crimes, and the goal is to reduce that.
This is very personal to me. I lost my brother-in-law close to 30 years ago, who was an LA deputy sheriff, and he was shot and killed by one of these weapons. The great thing about today is that many assault weapons were voluntarily provided and given in for gift cards.
It's the community coming together and helping each other. I want to come here to say personally, with my presence and my words, thank you to Orange County, to these incredible supervisors, elected leaders, community activists, public safety officers who have all come together to make Anaheim and Orange County safer.
And so with that, we're looking again, maybe in a year from now, doing yet another buyback, hopefully even bigger and bigger than we're doing today.
Well, I would add that result of our first two gun buybacks, we got 757 weapons off the street, including 53 assault weapons. You may have noticed the person standing in the middle there, that was Attorney General Bonta. He happened to be in Orange County, and I think he couldn't resist a photo op, so he came by, and we were glad to have him there. And so we hope this will be even more successful, and maybe we can do another one again next year, seeing how things work out. But I want to thank again the Mayor and the City of Anaheim for your help in the second gun buyback that we held last year, and the police department did a marvelous job. You have a great police force here. And so if there are no questions, I will leave you to the main events coming up this evening. Yes, sir.
Sorry, just for clarification, I see on here it says assault weapons is classified by the state of California. If somebody has an illegal firearm that is not legal in the state of California and they turn it in, is it just bring it in anyhow? There won't be questioned or anything like that?
Yeah, it is intended to be anonymous. We don't allow any photographer. Names are not taken. We just want to get the weapons off the street.
Thank you.
And they will eventually be destroyed. Well, thank you all, and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. So we are going to have some presentations right now. So I'm going to come down there. So our first presentation tonight is recognizing the 25th anniversary of Country Family Cafe. So since opening its doors 25 years ago, the Country Family Cafe has been a beloved part of West Anaheim, known for its warm hospitality and delicious home-style cooking. Founded by Javier Torres and Blanca Camacho de Torres, and later joined by Ricardo Camacho Nunez, the cafe has remained true to its roots as a proud family-run business. The cafe continues to honor the legacy of Javier Torres, serving up comfort food and kindness in every meal. Country Family Cafe is more than just a place to eat. It's a true cornerstone of the community. From supporting local schools to lending a hand to families in time of need, giving back has always been at the heart of what they do. So congratulations to 25 years in Anaheim, and here's to many, many more. Could you please come up and join us? Would you like to say a few words?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Jimena. My dad was Javier Torres, and my mom is Blanca Torres right here. On behalf of my family, I just want to say how much this recognition really means to us. After 25 years of seeing our family restaurant, Country Family Cafe, being honored by the community feels incredibly special. When my dad passed away, we thought that a lot of things would go downhill, but by the grace of God and thanks to the love of our amazing customers and this community that we've only continued to grow. We've done our best to keep his legacy alive, and tonight really feels like this is like proof of his hard work and all of my family's dedication as well, and it hasn't been forgotten. I'm so proud to have grown up in that little restaurant. As a kid, I never realized how much effort and sacrifice and love that my family poured into it, into what it is today. And now I see it, and I couldn't be prouder to stand here, like, speaking for them, even working there as well. And I just want to say, we just want to say thank you so much to the City of Anaheim and to the whole community for supporting us for as long as I've been alive, and 25 years.
Everyone take one step to your right. Perfect, just like that.
And everybody look right here.
1, 2. 1, 2. Beautiful.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Our second presentation, we get to celebrate an incredible milestone, which is 40 years of Girl Scout Troop of Orange County Buddhist Church. As a fellow Girl Scout, it is an honor to congratulate you on this special celebration. We are celebrating 4 decades of leadership, creativity, empowerment, volunteerism, and confidence. Values that continue to shape strong young women year after year. Of course, none of this would be possible without the support of the Girl Scout of Orange County themselves, the Girl Scouts, their families, dedicated leaders who guide them every step of the way. Here with us tonight, we have the founding leader of the troop, Judy Koyama, to accept this recognition. If you could please join us up here.
On behalf of the OCBC Girl Scouts, we'd like to thank all of you. What makes us successful is our community, and Anaheim has got to be the best. And our leader in Orange County, Vicki Shep, our parents, and our Girl Scouts. Without your support, we wouldn't have reached the success that we have. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of being the proud CEO of Girl Scouts of Orange County, and it is such an honor. I got to celebrate at the church site the other day, and to see the legacy and the leadership, as Mayor Ashley said. This troop has a high number of Gold Award Girl Scouts. They truly are leaders, and they are making the world a better place. Thank you so much for this honor.
This side's great, and this side's great as well.
Okay, everyone, look right here. Thank you all.
That means I can go back on the board. I'm not a troop leader anymore. I want to give an award to Vicki for those Girl Scout shoes. They're on point. Vicki, your shoes are amazing. It's amazing. So I always joke as a Girl Scout, this is my first year not being a Girl Scout leader, and I used to measure my life in birthdays, and now I measure my life in cookie seasons. So I know it's coming up in January. So get your $6, girls. $6. Get your $6 ready. Start saving up dollar bills. Cookie seasons are right around the corner. It helps you lose that holiday weight if you just eat cookies. Supposedly. I don't know if that's true. Oh, I lost my glasses already. All right, we're good. On my belt. Thank you. What would I do without my readers? I was going to wing it. Our next presentation is recognizing October 2025 as National Community Planning Month. So we obviously love Anaheim up here, from our neighborhoods to our beautiful parks and our growing communities. But none of it would be possible without the incredible work of our planning and building department. October is National Community Planning Month, a time to recognize and celebrate the vital role our planning professionals play in shaping the future of our city. Their work goes far beyond permits and plans. They help create spaces that improve the quality of life for all of us in Anaheim. From facilitating growth and expanding businesses, this team is truly always helping us build a better Anaheim. So on behalf of the City Council, we thank our building and planning folks for your dedication and service. This award-winning team was recently recognized by national planning associations for what they do. We'd like to invite members of our planning services and building licensing divisions to join us and accept this well-deserved recognition. So come on up, planning and building. Do you want to say a few words? Nope. Nobody? Okay. Everyone's kicking it to Heather? Everyone took one step back.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm Heather Allen. I'm the Director of the Planning and Building Department. It's my pleasure to recognize this team of talented and dedicated professionals from Planning Services and Business License. And I would like to introduce Joanne Wang, who is coming back to the City of Anaheim as the Deputy Director of Planning Services. So she'll be leading the Planning Division going forward.
We're going to have to scooch in.
So I know you're all planners and you know how to organize things. All the way back. Everybody else in front. And if we can
You're never going to walk first up here ever again. Okay, last but certainly not least, tonight we're recognizing the Anaheim Housing Authority's 50th anniversary. The 50th anniversary of Anaheim's Housing Authority has, for the last 5 decades, stood at the heart of Anaheim's commitment to helping our neighbors find safe, stable, and affordable housing. This work has never been just about housing units. It's about the people and families we help. It's about families finding stability, seniors aging with dignity, and individuals finding the security they need to move forward. The Anaheim Housing Authority has helped thousands of Anaheim residents find homes. And we know that the housing challenges facing our city are complex. But thanks to the dedication of the Housing Authority's team, along with community partners, landlords, and developers, Anaheim is making true progress. Whether it's moving individuals out of homelessness or helping a working family stay in the city they love, this work changes lives. Thank you to the staff, both past and present, who served this mission with kindness and compassion. Thank you to the partners that have worked with us to make this possible. And here's to 50 years of impact and to the next 50 years of building a stronger, more inclusive, affordable Anaheim for all. I'd like to invite Grace Ruiz-Stepter, our Director of Housing and Community Development, to join us in accepting this recognition, as well as her team. Grace is welcoming you all up here. Don't try to hide from her. She sees you.
We only turned 51.
Right? Girlfriend, me too. I got you. 50 and fabulous. Or, I was going to say introduce everyone, but that's a lot of time.
Yeah, right. While our crew makes it up here, there's a lot of us. I wanted to take the time to thank the council, the mayor, all our past and previous board chairs for supporting the work of the Housing Authority. Thank you for your kind words. But the story of the Housing Authority is really the story of our people. Our staff have shown that what it means to serve with compassion, passion, and resilience. Housing work is not simple. It involves listening, problem solving, advocating, and sometimes simply being a steady presence for families who are having a difficult moment. Our employees understand that. They show up every day with commitment, empathy, and determination. Our team, past and present, thank you. Your dedication has shaped the thousands of lives that have benefited from our programs and strengthened the fabric of Anaheim. To our council and those who have served on our Anaheim Housing Authority Board in the past and in the present, thank you for your support this week and really for always and for the innovative ways that you continue to look for funding for the work that we do. As we look to the next 50 years, we carry forward our shared belief that everyone deserves a safe and stable place to call home. Thank you.
So next on our agenda is a presentation by the Orange County Family Justice Center. Please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the Orange County Family Justice Center and Foundation. I am Tracy Theodore. I'm the executive director of the foundation that supports the work of the Family Justice Center. As you may know, the Family Justice Center is located here in Anaheim. We provide resources for survivors of family violence. For us, that includes child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, elder, and dependent adult abuse. October is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month, so try to provide updates on these months that are significant for the work that we do. We have about 15 agencies at the center. As you probably know, the Anaheim Police Department was and is the lead agency, and we're so grateful for that, for their leadership and the continued support of the police department as well as the city council in providing these really important resources for folks that are really experiencing the worst days and traumas of their life, really. And so having the Family Justice Center here in Anaheim is really very important. We have about 15 agencies on site that provide various resources from therapy and counseling to financial support to emergency housing assistance, et cetera. And so the collaboration really makes the work possible and really provides a more cohesive place and support for our survivors. I'm pleased to introduce our new lieutenant at the Family Justice Center, Lieutenant Daniel Gonzalez will be leading our efforts, starting as of Monday, so we're super pleased to have him. Also wanted to thank you. Many of you attended our resource fair earlier this month. We have resource fairs at the center twice a year to encourage the community to come in and learn about the resources so that if family violence should touch them or anyone they know in the community, they can send them our way to get resources. And so that was earlier this month, and we will have another one in April for Child Abuse Awareness Month as well as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And we are hoping to partner with council in providing these resource events moving forward. So keep an eye on your inboxes because there will be an email following, looking for some partnership there. And then finally, the holidays are upon us, and I can't believe I'm already talking about it, but December 18th is our annual Adopt a Family. And so at the moment, we have about 120 families that we'll be adopting. It's over 550 individuals that'll come through for gifts and a day of celebration. It's from 2 to 7 on December 18th, and I invite you all to come. It's really the highlight. For the folks that work in this space, it's a difficult space, obviously, but getting to spread a little cheer around the holidays always helps us end the year on a positive note. So I thank you for your support. I look forward to seeing you at the Family Justice Center for a tour or otherwise in the not too distant future. Any questions? No?
No, thank you so much for that update.
Thank you very much. And I'll leave flyers.
Thank you. And when you're ready, if you have a flyer for the Adopt a Family, please share with us so we can share on our social media. I know there's a lot of families that would love to adopt a family and help you out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, could you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We have two this evening, recognizing October 19th to the 25th as County of Orange Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, and also recognizing the same week, October 19th to the 25th, as National Friends of the Library Week.
Thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, noting on tonight's agenda, item 28 is a public hearing on a proposed vacation. Staff has requested to continue this public hearing to the council meeting of December 9th, 2025.
Thank you. That would be item number 28. Thank you. Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward our first several public speakers to address our agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. This time also include public speakers that are speaking on agenda item number 26, which is regarding the proposed modification to the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Se proporcionan servicios de interpretación al español en todas las reuniones del Consejo Municipal. Se proporciona interpretación simultánea al español a través del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva está disponible para cualquier persona quien desea dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para servicios de traducción en otros idiomas, comuníquese con la oficina del secretario municipal a lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:35, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:05, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, noting for agenda item speakers, we have 25 speakers. And if the first speaker can please step forward, Mr. Dwayne J. Roberts.
Thank you. And can you just announce, so folks that maybe can't see the screen from the side, just who the next 3 speakers are?
Yes, so we have Dwayne Roberts, R. Joshua Collins, and Sabrina Lockhart.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. In July 2015, a reporter from the OC Weekly asked me what I felt about a gate tax on Disney theme park admissions. In response, I said the following, quote, "I've had my reservations about it as a revenue source. There is absolutely no guarantee any revenues collected from such a tax would go to pay for things like new soccer fields, low-income housing, or childcare for working mothers." Then I made a bold prediction. I told him that the Anaheim Police Department, which consumes about 40% of the city's general fund, would be well-positioned to gobble up an admissions levy just as vociferously as they do current hotel bed tax revenues. 10 years later, what I have said has finally become true. Despite all the hoopla we've heard about a gate tax, most of the funds collected won't be spent on parks, housing, and vital social services. Much of it is going to be used to pay for a massive decade-long expansion of the Anaheim Police Department, the biggest in this city's history. Besides hiring more cops, city planners are already proposing the money be allocated to build a new $350 million police headquarters. Although I am not for or against such a tax, this item gets a big thumbs down from me, especially knowing the Anaheim Police Association is backing it. Rather than waste our time with political theater, why doesn't this council do something that benefits the working people of this town, such as raise the minimum wage? Better yet, a rent control ordinance. Those two things combined would do more to improve the lives of residents than a gate tax ever will. I thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker, R. Joshua Collins, followed by Sabrina Lockhart, and then Justin Hart.
Good afternoon. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. First, I'd just like to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. We've all sinned. We all need a Savior, and only the shed blood of Christ can save us, whether you're a Buddhist or Muslim or whatever your religion, Jesus can save you. You must be born again to enter God's kingdom. And Jesus, well, of course, was very concerned about those in need, and it breaks my heart to hear so many things happening in Anaheim that don't help those in need. It's a shame for a city like Anaheim to still have so many homeless and 30,000 households on the wait list for Section 8 vouchers, and over 4,000 waiting specifically for affordable housing options. It's also a great shame that very recently, on Saturday, October 11th, I was told no beds were available for the homeless by CityNet, and CityNet also said they are finding many more seniors on the street. Now, we just heard about the need to have seniors aging with dignity. I think that this definitely needs to be on the agenda, that we make sure that we find a way to get these people off the street. I work with the homeless quite a bit on Saturdays and other times when I can. But it's ridiculous that we have no other option when we try to get these people off the street, that there's no option for them. Now, Jesus says in Matthew 25, verse 31, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. Before him will be gathered all the nations, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will place the sheep on his right, but the goats on the left. Then he will say to those on the right, come into the kingdom. But on the left, he says, then he will say to those on the left, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire, prepared for the devil and his angels, for I was hungry, you gave me no food. I was thirsty, you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you didn't welcome me in. Naked, you did not clothe me. Sick and in prison, you did not visit me. Then also they will answer, saying, Lord, when do we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or sick or in prison and did not minister to you? Then he will answer them, saying, truly I say to you, as you did not do it to the one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. So Jesus very much wants us to help those in need, especially when you think about seniors. What if that was you out there? What if that was your mother out there, or your grandfather, or someone like that? Something has to be done. Basic needs need to be met. Materialism should not be our focus, but helping those around us. And you're put in a position to whom much is given, much is required. You're in a position where much is required. And I encourage you to really search your heart and see if you're lined up with God. And if you do line up with him, you won't go wrong. But right now, I'm not seeing some of that, and that's very sad. Thanks for letting me share.
Following Sabrina Lockhart is Justin Hart and Vern Nelson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sabrina Lockhart. I am the Executive Director of the California Attractions and Parks Association. We represent California theme parks, water parks, family entertainment centers, as well as the businesses that provide services and supplies to our industry. And many of our members live and work right here in Orange County. While we certainly understand the city's need to address its fiscal challenges, we urge you to reject a proposal for a new Disney-targeted tax on Anaheim's vital entertainment and tourism sector. The proposed measure is short-sighted and risks crippling decades of future economic growth for the entire city. The Disneyland Resort is a longstanding partner that already acts as an economic engine, helping to generate $279 million in annual tax revenue and sustaining over 36,000 jobs across Anaheim. In fact, the entire resort area supports more than 102,000 direct and indirect jobs throughout Southern California. California's tourism economy is closely tied to market forces. Visit California recently predicted its first decline in forecasted visitation since the pandemic. This is tied to a stronger US dollar and weakening global consumer sentiment. Raising the cost of visiting Anaheim makes other destinations like Arizona and Florida and Nevada financially attractive. While other states actively incentivize tourism and see brand new park expansions, a targeted entertainment tax here puts California at a competitive disadvantage. Recently, a major theme park operator bought a portfolio of 24 parks across the country, and within months, offloaded just their California assets. Long-term fiscal stability demands policies that encourage investment, not penalize it. When the cost of visitation increases, the impact's immediate. That's fewer guests, lower spending, and job losses that spread quickly throughout the community, beyond the park to local hotels and nearby small businesses. And the notion that this is a Disney-targeted tax only on outsiders is dangerously oversimplified. More than 1/3 of Anaheim residents enjoy the park, making their own community more expensive to enjoy. Anaheim's past strategic investments in the resort area have had delivered impressive results, skyrocketing the hotel tax revenue from $57.9 million just over 20 years ago to $247 million today. We ask you to continue this visionary leadership, prioritize policies that drive economic growth and strengthen tourism, rather than on relying on the Disney-targeted tax that will undermine our shared future success. For lasting fiscal stability, Anaheim must remain competitive and appeal as a premier destination from around the world. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Our next speaker to step forward, Justin Hart.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken and esteemed City Council members. My name is Justin Hart. I'm the General Manager of the Sheraton Park Hotel at the Anaheim Resort. Thank you so much for your leadership in advancing the ATID, Employee Affordable Housing Initiative. I'm proud to support this program, a first of its kind in our country, designed to help ATID employees who live and work in Anaheim to have access to affordable housing while also serving as a powerful attraction and retention tool for Anaheim Resort hotels. Today, I ask for your consideration regarding the funding formula. Instead of the proposed 75 to 25% split, I respectfully encourage you to support a 50-50 distribution between the marketing fund and the transportation fund. The marketing fund is critical as it helps generate both TOT and TID along with an ROI of 40 to 1. But by protecting the marketing fund, we're also ensuring the continued success of the transportation fund. Thank you for your attention and for your leadership.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Gabby Sutter.
What's up, Council? I'm here to speak in favor of the gate tax proposal, now called a tourism tax. That is a better name, tourism tax. People in Anaheim have been trying to get a tourism tax since 1960, when I was born, and Disney always shot it down. We're the only city dependent on tourist attractions that doesn't have a tourism tax. And I saw Mayor Ashley's piece in the Register yesterday against it. Of course, I disagree with Mayor Ashley, and I'll be writing a rebuttal in the Register, but she did make a couple of good points, a couple of criticisms that could make this proposal better. First, it's a tourism tax. Anaheim residents should be exempt from it. There are various ways to work that. The last time we looked at a gate tax a few years ago, Mr. Fabella suggested residents who pay the tax could get a rebate on their utility bills. Maybe it could be a lot simpler. Folks who can show that they live here could just not be charged at 3%. But obviously, Anaheim voters would be much more likely to support this if they knew they were exempt. And it's only fair that locals shouldn't have to pay the tourism tax. We are the ones who put up with all of Disneyland's negative externalities day after night, year after decade. The noise, the traffic, the nightly fireworks polluting our water and air and terrorizing our dogs. The crowds of outsiders, some of them sketchy. The insufficient housing for Disney's employees, especially after Disneyland Forward kicks in. We Anaheim taxpayers have subsidized Disney over the decades, and they're still paying off the bond to build the Mickey and Friends garage in the 90s. And when we voted 7 years ago with Measure L to make Disney pay a living wage, they fought us in court for 5 years. And they're just finally now starting to pay what's owed to underpaid folks in our town, some of whom still work there and some don't. So it's fair for us not to have to pay that tourism tax. We are not tourists. Another thing Ashley points out that I thought was good for her to point out, at the threshold of 20,000 attendees, this tax only applies to the Disney parks and possibly the Angels, which doesn't seem fair. 20,000 seems arbitrary. Why don't we make it 10,000 so it can include the Honda Center? I'm sure that anti-union venue wants to do their part to help Anaheim. Here's something I just remembered on my way to this meeting. The reason you all need 5 votes to put this on the ballot is because of Chris Murray, Lucille Kring, and other discredited cabal members. A reform they passed in 2018 to make Disney happy and to make it very hard to pass a gate tax. Let's not continue their shameful kleptocratic legacy. Let the people vote. Don't you trust our judgment? Let the people vote, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Gabby Sutter, and I am the Executive Director of the Anaheim Police Association. I want to take a moment to talk about how we got here. By the mid-1990s, the resort had grown largely unchecked for 40 years and was no longer just a day trip destination Walt Disney had imagined for LA visitors, but a major tourist destination. That's when city leaders and Disney made a deal, and with that, a promise to Anaheim residents. The idea was simple. If the city cleaned up the area, supported the resort expansion, and gave Disney the room to grow, the resulting hotel tax revenue would fund a strong public safety, clean parks, and provide a high quality of life for Anaheim residents. The residents in the city lived up to their side of the bargain. Taxpayers financed a massive parking structure, turned it over to Disney to operate and collect revenue. And in return, Disney built a second theme park, Downtown Disney, and new hotels. And while the hotel tax revenue did increase, the resort math simply doesn't work. The city's general fund, which provides public safety to residents, gets 12% of a hotel stay. And while Anaheim's major venues draw more than 30 million visitors a year, more than 40% of visitors don't stay in Anaheim. Many come for day trips, or they stay in nearby cities like Garden Grove, where hotel taxes don't benefit the city of Anaheim. Anaheim put all its eggs in the hotel tax basket, and that's not enough for public safety and for other needs that the city has. When it comes to the sales tax, the city's general fund gets 1% of sales tax generated on Disney properties, including downtown Disney and inside the theme parks. However, these funds get diverted from the general fund and goes back to paying for the 1990s resort expansion deal. Same goes with stays at the Disney hotels. And of course, there's no tax on theme park admissions. So despite record-breaking attendance at theme parks, Anaheim faces a $60 million structural deficit. Our police department is understaffed by 70 officers, and the residents are not receiving the level of service or the quality of life that they were promised. That's why the Anaheim Police Association supports Councilmember Rubalcaba's proposal to let Anaheim voters decide. Do Anaheim residents want a modest, direct tax on tourism activity, or are they willing to accept slower 911 response times, neighborhoods that look nothing like the resort area, or pay higher in other taxes? We believe the voters deserve a voice. Please place this measure on the ballot and let Anaheim residents decide the city's future. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brianna Castro, followed by Tony Lee.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brianna Castro, and I'm a proud Anaheim police officer of 6 years. I am currently assigned to Patrol Team 5 and have worked primarily in West Anaheim. I am also a member of our PAC board. I do want to thank City Council member Natalie Ruvalcaba for placing this item on the agenda, and to all of you for considering this item tonight. This item is about keeping the promise that was made to the residents of Anaheim when we allowed the resort to expand 3 decades ago. This promise was very clear. Disneyland and the resort would be allowed to expand, and the residents would have world-class city services paid for by taxes from tourism rather than those paid by residents. The resort and Disney got their part of the bargain. The resort is beautiful, the theme parks are full, tourism is booming, and Walt Disney Company has made record profits. Again, it's a great thing, but I work in these neighborhoods, and I can tell you, it's not equal. We are not anti-Disney, we are not anti-visitor, nor anti-tourism. We appreciate the jobs and the tax revenue that they bring to the city, but no one can objectively look at this and our neighborhoods and say this has been an equal bargain, an equal partnership. It has not. So I can tell you with confidence that you are not hurting tourism by considering this proposal. The residents, they do appreciate the resort. Many work there or have families who do. But when they look out of their windows and they look at the neighborhoods around them, it is a stark reminder of the comparison. There is a growing sentiment of resentment. It is an unequal partnership, an unequal relationship. We as the Anaheim Police Department and the association, we do everything that we can to respond to Peretti 911 calls. However, we are severely understaffed. I feel this, we feel this, and the patrol division. Patrol is what the residents see. We respond to 911 calls, we are the front lines. So how can you show residents their improved life? Faster 911 response times, continued efforts at Kena Beach Boulevard. However, police protection is not the only public service. We look to help maintain the parks, like Twyla Reed, help seniors with their services, more housing programs and assistance. All these programs cost money. The city of Anaheim, under its current model, cannot sustain it. So you have 3 choices. 1, tell the residents they don't get the programs and services they are promised. 2, taxes will have to go up so they can pay for them. Or 3, make a decision tonight. Allow the residents to vote to see if they can have what should be a modest tax admission on the gate. We all know what the residents would pick, but how about you let them make the decision? Thank you.
Our next speaker, Tony Lee, followed by Cesar Aguilar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tony Lee, and I currently serve as the Vice President of the Anaheim Police Association. I'm also the Sergeant supervising the Anaheim Police Resort Policing Detail, assigned full-time at the Disneyland Resort. Because of that role, I have firsthand knowledge of how significantly our police, fire, paramedics, and other city services are impacted by supporting the resort district. Anaheim's tourism core is something we are proud of. It is known nationally and brings millions of visitors into this city. But supporting it requires a level of public safety service that is like any other area in Anaheim. And that often means pulling resources away from our neighborhoods and residents. You may hear that Disney pays for police staffing at the resort, and that is true. But here is what is not being said. The resort district and major venues require massive staffing from the Anaheim Police Department. In 2024, Anaheim police officers worked more than 90,000 hours at the Disneyland Resort property alone. That 90,000 hours does not include the hours our officers worked at Angel Stadium, the Honda Center, the Anaheim Convention Center, or other venues and/or events throughout the resort district. When you factor in policing for every major event and tourism venue, we are dedicating a staggering portion of our staffing to the resort area. Anaheim police officers willingly make sacrifices to keep this city safe, but when an understaffed department must continuously cover resort demands through mandatory overtime, those sacrifices multiply. Officers become overworked, weary, and experience fatigue and stress that negatively impact their well-being and the quality of their personal lives. And when our neighborhoods need help in areas such as West Anaheim, Anaheim Hills, and the Platinum Triangle, or other residential areas, the officers responding are already physically and mentally exhausted, impacting performance, morale, and wellness. When a major incident occurs at the resort, resources are pulled from across the city, leaving other areas of the city and neighborhoods vulnerable. Public safety is challenging, even under normal conditions. But when mandatory overtime diverts focus from our neighborhoods to tourism venues, the burden becomes unsustainable for our officers and residents. Let me emphasize, we love serving the city of Anaheim. We are committed to protecting the residents, neighborhoods, businesses big and small, and the millions who visit. But when a city responsible for more than 30 million visitors every year does not have the right revenue structure or the staffing to support that responsibility, the burden lands directly on the backs of the people who live here. Hotel taxes alone are not keeping up with what it takes to keep our city safe, and it is not fair to ask the residents to bear this burden alone. That is why the men and women of the Anaheim Police Association strongly support placing the Anaheim tourism tax on the ballot. We are asking you, let the voters decide. Give Anaheim residents
Mr.
the
Lee, I'm
voice
sorry,
they
your time is
deserve
up.
in fixing a system that no longer works. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Cesar Aguilar.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cesar Aguilar, a proud Anaheim police officer in the Family Crimes Detail and a resident living near downtown. Every day I investigate domestic violence, child abuse, and elder abuse, often working directly with victims at the Orange County Family Justice Center here in Anaheim. I'm also a member of the Anaheim Police Association PAC Board. You've heard from my colleagues about the toll understaffing takes on our officers and residents. I see it firsthand. Our family crimes caseloads overwhelm our limited resources. With adequate staffing, we could do so much more to protect and support victims. That's why the Anaheim Police Association supports putting the admissions tax before the voters. Let the people decide if Anaheim deserves top-tier public services, not just for public safety, but across our city, with whether tourists, not residents, should fund them. Let me address these claims from the resort lobby. First, they say the current model works. It doesn't. Of the 30 million annual visitors to Anaheim, many don't stay in our hotels, so they pay no hotel tax to support our city. They use our police, streets, and parks, but contribute nothing to our general fund. Estimates suggest 10 million visitors generate $0 for Anaheim. Second, they claim an admissions tax will drive away tourism. Let's be honest. Disneyland tickets cost $100 to $200, a 3% tax, just $3 to $6. Disney has raised prices repeatedly since 1995, yet the parks remain packed. They just hiked prices again. Will that drive tourists away, or is it only a problem when the city benefits instead of Disney's profits? Third, they argue this isn't a tourism tax because some locals visit Disneyland. The reality, most Anaheim families can't afford $500 to $1,000 for a day at the park. An article yesterday noted 75,000 Anaheim residents visit annually out of 30 million total visitors. This is overwhelmingly a tax on out-of-towners. To our friends in the hotel community, thank you for paying hundreds of millions in taxes to support our city. We know it's hard to challenge Disney, but consider our options. First, continue underfunding public services and facilities, raise taxes on residents, sales tax, utility taxes. Is that fair? Increase hotel taxes, already the highest in the state. Should hotels bear the burden alone? Or ask the venues driving millions of visitors, yet paying virtually no taxes to finally contribute their fair share. Anaheim faces tens of millions in deficits, public safety is understaffed, and neighborhoods see little benefit from tourism. Even when resort bonds are paid off in a few years, we'll just break even, not thrive. If Disney truly values its partnership with Anaheim, it should support a measure that strengthens the city, that fuels its success. I urge you, give Anaheim voters the chance to decide. Let's build a stronger, safer city. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins, followed by Janine Robbins.
Certainly, we've been addressing this problem for the last several years regarding the gate tax and a lack of service employees. There were 402 sworn police officers in 2008. There's 410 now after you take away 20 retirees, because the police chief said 430. Take away 20 is 410. The emergency services have been here before you guys were even up there, complaining that they were understaffed and overworked. They didn't know what to do. Look, there's headlines: forced to borrow to meet budget deficit. City of Anaheim mulls Disneyland ticket tax. Headlines: Anaheim faces $64 million budget deficit, as we've mentioned many times. Headlines: Anaheim taps one-time funds, bonds to close budget gap. State auditor: Anaheim was identified as a high-risk city for financial distress in a state auditor report due to a lack of general fund resources, a downward trend in tax revenue, and substantial unfunded pension and retiree health care obligations. We paid $1.6 billion to expand the Disneyland Resort, paid $250 million to subsidize hotels, and now we'd like to see some results. Not for us, for the police, for the emergency services. I want the police to show up if there's an emergency. I want the emergency services to be there at my house if somebody's sick, and they have. 3% of the Disneyland ticket prices and parking give the city money it needs to move into the future. With balanced budgets and increased infrastructure facility dollars, enormous amount of money. And Anaheim has 11 fire stations. Long Beach has 23. This is probably the 20th time maybe I've mentioned that. Anaheim emergency response time is 6 minutes. Brea is 3 minutes. That's like a 30% difference in your survival rate, 10% a minute. And the housing fires double in size every 30 seconds. Anaheim's park score is 81 out of 100 large cities. 3% Disneyland parking, okay, the 3% tax. It's going to balance the budget. It's going to do everything. It's going to give us lots of money. It's going to fully staff everything. It's going to pay everything off. It's also going to pay for the benefits and the retirement packages. And if you think, any of you think, that a $150 ticket going up to $155 is somehow going to destroy the entire resort industry, make everybody decide not to come to Anaheim, then don't vote for this. Don't vote for this. If you think $155 instead of $150 is going to change the world, but it will change the world for Anaheim. It'll fully staff everything. It'll give us plenty of money for the budget. It'll solve all of our problems, and you'll be heroes. You'll be heroes with beautiful parks, and the emergency personnel and the police will all come, and they'll all go how great everybody is, and we'll all be great and live happily ever after. Thank you very much.
The city of Anaheim, otherwise known as the scandal-ridden city, finds itself in the headlines once again with the whistleblower accusation alluding to corruption among city staff. But see, we've all known for years that there's corruption rampant in the corridors of City Hall. When Harry was mayor, corrupt behavior was appreciated and even rewarded among city staff and council members. After that scandal, people believed that certain city staff who were definitely involved in the corruption would be replaced at the very least. This includes the city manager, the city attorney, the head of finance, who were all seen kowtowing to Harry's corrupt ways. The meetings in those days were a show, let me tell you. However, it didn't happen, leading them to believe that the corruption could continue. And it has to this very day. And you have done nothing about it, nothing. How can this happen with the very expensive ethics officer you hired? Does he give a report on exactly what he is doing for his exorbitant salary? And now, the person who filed the complaint was filed about Debbie Moreno. Debbie Moreno is still here, not even on leave, and just prepared the staff report for item number 4, about $156 million. So I suggest you have that reviewed by someone else. I just don't understand what is wrong with all of you. If corruption is alive and well at City Hall, and you know about it, then you should just resign. If you claim ignorance, then you should also resign, because ignorance is no excuse. Now, Ashley, you should understand the power of a vote. How dare you come out with that op-ed before the item is even presented before council? At least you could come speak here at the microphone like the rest of us. How dare you speak about your childhood attending Angels and Ducks games? Do you think people really care about that when they're just struggling to survive? I am sure you sat in the season-ticketed seats, if not your private box, and you have the nerve to say that tourists should not pay. When Disney has increased their prices on everything, from food to merchandise to parking to annual passes to daily admission passes. You have the nerve to say that. You stated that over $300 million comes from the resort area, and yet we are so far in debt that you had to borrow $65 million to balance the budget. I wonder where all that money went. After all, everything Debbie Moreno has touched is suspect now. Disney is already spreading their lies. I received their survey call, and it was full of blatant mistruths. Do you think that people really care that Disney made appearances at community events when they can't feed their families or pay their rent? It's just proof that corruption still rules the dais. The residents of this city have the right to vote, and if the tourism tax doesn't pass at that point, then so be it. But we have the right to vote. Let us vote. Thank you.
Next speaker, Yvonne Pena.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Yvonne Peña, and I serve as the Interim Co-Executive Director of Accord, Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development. For nearly 20 years, Accord has worked alongside Anaheim families to ensure that the people who make the city run, our residents, workers, and neighborhood leaders, also share in its prosperity. For tonight, I'm here to urge you to place the proposed tourism and parking tax measures on the November 2026 ballot and give Anaheim voters, not corporations, the right to decide. Every day, our communities feel the strain of a city budget stretched thin. Parks go unrepaired, housing becomes less affordable, and youth programs disappear, all while billion-dollar entertainment corporations like Disneyland, the Honda Center, and Angel Stadium benefit from city resources without paying an admission or parking tax and continue to raise prices. That's why this measure matters. It's about fairness, accountability, and community reinvestment. A modest 3% tourism tax on ticket sales and a 10% parking tax on large private lots could generate up to $160 million each year for Anaheim's general fund. But let's be clear, our support for this measure comes with a call for responsibility. This new revenue must go back to the community, not expand already oversized police budgets. Anaheim residents deserve to see the funds invested in affordable housing and pathways to home ownership, green spaces and parks that families can safely enjoy, youth programs and libraries that strengthen our neighborhoods, and infrastructure improvements that make our city more livable and sustainable. We know what happens when new revenue comes in. It is often claimed by departments that already receive the largest share of the budget. As community advocates, we will continue to ensure that this money uplifts working families, not deepens inequality.
A 3% tax would just add $450 to $150 Disneyland tickets, which we know there are a lot more now. A small amount for visitors, but a transformational investment for our residents and communities. Cities like Seattle, Cleveland, and Chicago already use similar taxes to reinvest in people and neighborhood. Anaheim deserves the same. And to be clear, this is not a vote to impose a tax tonight. It is a vote to let the people of Anaheim decide in 2026 whether corporations that profit most from the city should finally contribute their fair share. On behalf of Accord and the communities we serve, from Guinida to Pauline Street to Ponderosa, I urge you to move these measures forward. Let's ensure Anaheim's economic engine works for everyone, not just for a few corporations, and that the revenue it generates truly comes home to the people. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Angeles Ochoa and Randy Whitmore.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Angeles Ochoa, and I serve as the digital organizer at Accord. I work alongside Anaheim residents in our neighborhood unions, families in Guinida, Pauline Street, and Ponderosa neighborhoods, who are fighting for safer streets, affordable housing, and stronger public services. Every day, these families feel the strain of a city budget that struggles to meet basic needs. We need a budget that reflects the people who make Anaheim run, residents, workers, and neighborhood leaders, so they can finally share in the prosperity they help create. That's why the tourism and parking tax measures matter. Right now, Anaheim's largest entertainment venues, Disneyland, the Honda Center, and the Angel Stadium, benefit from our roads, public safety, and everyday labor of our residents. Yet Anaheim collects no ticket or parking tax from these venues. Disneyland alone attracts over 27 million visitors a year, and the city receives revenue only from sales tax on food and merchandise, not from ticket sales. Meanwhile, our neighborhoods face broken sidewalks, aging parks, and rising rents. The proposed tourism and parking taxes would change that. By adding modest 3% on ticket sales and 10% on paid parking at major venues, together these measures could generate up to $160 million every year for Anaheim's general fund without raising costs for residents. A 3% tax only adds $4.50 to a $150 Disneyland ticket, barely noticeable to visitors, but transformative for Anaheim neighborhoods. But let me be clear, this revenue must go into community needs, not into expanding policing. Residents already see how much of our general fund is consumed by police spending, while community services and programs fall behind, and families face increasing instability. Real safety comes from stable housing, safe public spaces, and strong youth programs, not from over-policing our neighborhoods. In 2022, when Anaheim considered a 2% gate tax, opponents raised concerns that the tax could force ticket price increases. Yet, even without the tax, Disneyland has continued to raise ticket prices year after year, and the city still receives no revenue from admission sales, meaning residents bear the cost while the companies benefit. These types of taxes are not new, and they work. Seattle collects a 5% admissions tax to support arts and culture. Cleveland's 8% and Chicago's 9% taxes fund essential public services. Anaheim's 3% proposal is far more modest in comparison, but because of the scale of our tourism economy, it would deliver extraordinary benefits. And to be clear, this is not a vote to impose a tax tonight. It is a vote to let Anaheim voters decide whether corporations should finally contribute their fair share. This is about fairness, transparency, and democratic accountability. Our neighborhood unions expect to see a city that invests in them as much as it invests in tourism. On their behalf, I urge you to move these measures to the 2026 November ballot, so residents, not special interests, have the final say. Let's ensure Anaheim's economic strength lifts everyone, not just the few at the top. Thank you.
Good evening, Randy Whitmer. I'm here in opposition of the skate tax. Anaheim's been a good employer for not only me, but a lot of my members that, as it is, cost of living's going up for everyone. You can't really get a decent meal for a family, less than $100. It's everything's going up. The end result of this, gate tax, who's gonna be paying for it? People going to the park. A lot of people, they're looking at their bills every week. Cost of food's going up, their utilities, everything else at home. So, looking at the people that's coming in from out of town to come to the park, they're gonna look at their budget. Well, you know what? It's gonna be cheaper to go to Florida. It's gonna be cheaper to go to down the street to Knott's Berry Farm. It's gonna be cheaper to go to Magic Mountain. It's gonna be cheaper to go to SeaWorld. They're gonna stop coming to Anaheim if this goes up. You know, Disney's been a good partner for a lot of the residents here, so just think if Disney picked up all their toys and pulled them out of the sandbox and moved to Riverside, what would Anaheim do then? So, you know, work with Disney, find an alternate to this gate tax. I don't like it. I'm sure a lot of people don't like it either.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Henry Hellebrick. I represent 1,100 plumbers and steam fitters in Southern California and Orange County. And I'm here to say we do not support the gate tax. We have a partnership with Disney. I have 54 people working there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then plus 100 construction guys there. We honor our partnership with them. They're not for it, and we're not for it. Thank you.
Our next speakers, James McDaniel and Erica Gomez.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Aiken and members of City Council. Thank you for the chance to address you tonight. My name is James McDaniel with Aimbridge Hospitality. I'm General Manager of the Clementine Hotel and Suites in the Disneyland Resort. Our hotel has been in business for 40 years, serving families from all over the country who come for what Anaheim has to offer. Tonight, I want to ask you to say no to a gate tax, which would take all those things that make Anaheim has to offer and make them inaccessible and impractical for many. Making the attractions and draws at Anaheim more expensive for both visitors and residents is not a good idea and would take the city in the wrong direction. We have 60 hardworking employees from throughout Anaheim and surrounding areas who rely on the families that work hard and save to make vacations to Disney happen. Those visitors keep our rooms booked and our hotel full. If they stop coming, jobs will be put in danger. Families that rely on tourism will be affected. The end result of families choosing to go elsewhere, choosing more business and visitor-friendly destinations, will be empty rooms, fewer visitors, and less TOT and sales tax revenue for the city. And that affects all of Anaheim. The city is facing some tough budget choices. Why make the situation even harder by choking off the economic engine that makes Anaheim so successful? Please vote no on the gate and parking taxes. Thank you.
Erica Gomez.
Good evening, Major Aitkins and members of the Anaheim City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Erica Gomez, and I'm proud to be the General Manager of the Cortona Inn and Suites at 2029 South Harbor Boulevard here in Anaheim. Our hotel has been in business for over 22 years, serving cost-conscious travelers and families from all over the country. Tonight, I want to urge to you to say no to a gate or entertainment-related tax on attractions here in Anaheim, making the attractions and draws in Anaheim more expensive for both visitors and residents. Makes 0 sense and will take the city in the wrong direction. We have 40 hardworking staff members from throughout Anaheim and the surrounding areas who rely on visitors to keep our rooms booked and our hotel full. When these upcoming jobs are put into danger and families that rely on tourism, it starts to hurt. Make no mistakes, the wealthiest travelers who stay at the highest price hotels probably won't notice the cost increase, but the Cortona is aimed and serves hardworking middle-class families and tourists, the kind who need to save for many months, if no longer, to take a trip to Anaheim to visit Disneyland. They're going to notice the increase in costs and they will say, no thanks, we'll take our vacation somewhere else, and they won't be alone. That story will be repeated over and over, and the result will be empty rooms, fewer visitors, and less TOT and sales tax revenue for the city. Please vote no on this terrible idea. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Danny Fierro. I represent the Orange County Hotel and Lodging Association, including more than 90 hotels throughout Orange County. I'm here speaking tonight in opposition to item 27, and I'd urge the council to not advance this proposal. At its core, this is a regressive consumption tax that flies in the face of Anaheim's values. Worse, it's a thinly veiled, highly targeted tax that clearly is intended to tax the Disneyland Resort. The resort is the economic engine of the city of Anaheim, as well as the county more broadly. This tax absolutely would impact this engine and set a precedent that could see a future increase that would strangle the engine that draws this revenue. I'd also like to address something. I keep hearing over the course of this conversation tonight and over the last few weeks that this doesn't impact hotels. That's absolutely not true. The hotels depend on visitors coming to the city and feeling free and able to spend money on rooms. I hear the argument that 3% on a $100 ticket might not change anyone's mind on buying that ticket to Disneyland. I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the fact that that family that is coming from Iowa and has decided that, yes, we will buy those tickets, but where else will we save? And where they will save is on hotels. Where they will save is saying, hey, I'd rather go ahead and spend that money on a hotel in Costa Mesa or in Irvine or in Garden Grove, rather than spend it here where I'm 5 minutes away from the resort. We do, hotels and our members do, fund almost half of the general fund. If you think that this doesn't have an impact on TOT, it absolutely does. It impacts our rooms. We're already seeing competition coming from throughout the county and in Long Beach. This has an impact, and I respectfully urge you to say no. Thank you.
Our next speaker, followed by Wes Jones.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Doug Mangione, and I'm speaking on behalf of the skilled and trained workers of IBW 441. We are the construction IBW. IBW at this time is opposing this ordinance. We have partnered with Disney Resorts since 1956, when they first broke ground, to the present-day expansions of Star Wars, Marvel Land, and are looking to start building Disney forward. Most of our members at one time or another have worked to enhance and expand the resort with good wages and benefits. IBW 441 also represents 200 workers doing ride maintenance for Disney Anaheim Resorts Company. And at any one time, we have 300 or more outside electrical construction workers in the park every night. We also enjoy partnerships with OC Vibe for the construction taking place, and I know some of you have came to the topping off event. We embrace our partnerships and we support our partners. This ordinance on the surface says it's a citywide general tax, but when you look at the restrictions of the ordinance, it seems to only apply to one company. All others are exempt by either size or contractual obligations, and this won't apply to them. The ordinance also speaks to citywide importance and the necessity for preservation of protection of public peace, health, safety, and/or welfare of the community, which is a valid police power. This is an important aspect of city government. But is one company responsible for the whole city? And does this company in question, are they attracting all these criminals to the city of Anaheim? I've been to the resort. I've never been robbed. I've never been mugged. I came from New York City. That was a daily occurrence. So to me, it looks okay, but who knows? I'm sure other parts of the city do need more police presence. I understand. I thought that the company reimbursed Anaheim for the police presence in the resort, and I assumed Angel Stadium did the same. Whenever there's a game up the street from us, there's 30 police cars out there and auxiliary police. I thought the Angels kind of paid for that or supported that, and if they don't, maybe you should talk to them about it. Neighboring cities have put sales tax to pay for more public safety, and they're approved overwhelmingly. Garden Grove did, Santa Ana, Westminster. But you have to ask, do you need that? If you do, that may be something you need to think about, because it is everyone's responsibility. And it seems like we're always going to the trough. There's a big company, they make a lot of money. Let's go tax them. They can pay for all this. Disney Resorts Anaheim is a large Southern California clientele. Anaheim residents attend daily, as well as out-of-towners from Garden Grove, Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, Laguna Beach, Mission Viejo, Placentia, and all the other cities in Orange County and LA County. They come here, they spend their money. I think you should put a pause on this, rethink this. If this goes on the ballot in 2027, it'll take effect. In 2027, you're finally going to get $100 million a year from TOT tax, and you should rethink that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angiani.
Next speaker, Wes Jones, followed by William O'Connell.
Mayor, Council, my name is Wesley Jones, and I'm a resident of Anaheim. I've come to talk about two issues tonight. The first one is the accusations by Ms. Beauford. I think that's the way you pronounce it. I believe these accusations, as the mayor said, are serious and need to be investigated. And I think these allegations need to be investigated independently of our city manager and independently of people in the city by some sort of outside agency. Any front you put up in the name of this, and this is an employee matter and we can't discuss it, does not fly. These are citizens' tax dollars. Next, I would like to urge the council to put the entertainment tax on the ballot and let the voters decide. What all these people are saying is for you guys not to vote yes on it is we don't trust the citizens. We don't trust our voters to make the right decision. I think one thing you need to do before it goes on the ballot is to put a strong definition of how this turkey is going to be carved up, where the money is going to go. But I urge you to put it on the ballot. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is William O'Connell, and I'm a member of the Visit Anaheim Board of Directors. With regards to the ATID Employee Housing Initiative, I encourage you to support a 50-50 split distribution between the Marketing Fund and the Transportation Fund. The resort community commends the council's leadership in modifying the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District funding formula. This change, which provides housing resources for resort workers without increasing visitor costs, exemplifies the innovative, community-driven solutions our resort community needs, especially in these uncertain economic times. The business community, like the city, faces increasing costs and wages while striving to keep Anaheim an affordable world-class destination. We are open to collaborating with the city on solutions, but caution against long-term tax to address a short-term budget shortfall. The Anaheim Resort area is the city's economic engine, generating $279 million in tax revenue, nearly 60% of the general fund. In addition to tax on resort patrons, would further hinder visitation and investment. The council has consistently upheld Anaheim's vision for a high quality of life for residents, a thriving business environment, a welcoming atmosphere for visitors through growth and investment, with projects like Disneyland Forward, OC Vibe, and West Anaheim's revitalization efforts. The city is poised to see significant financial benefit in the coming budget years. Imposing an additional tax on the tourism community will only further tie further city budgets to tourism fluctuations and cause investors and travelers to reconsider Anaheim. The assumption that this proposal will only affect out-of-town visitors is also incorrect. Over 1/3 of the Anaheim residents would be impacted by an entertainment tax on major venues. To grow the tax base and fund services, the proven path is clear. Keep Anaheim attractive for investment. New parking and entertainment taxes would impede the city's economic progress. The business community is ready to work with the city on creative solutions to budgetary challenges. I respectfully urge you to reject the proposed tax and continue policies that have provided job opportunities and reliable revenue for Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Cindy Marquez, Charlie Carnow, and Andrea Romero.
Anybody who knows me knows I hate speaking, so here we go. First, I'd like to address the chamber. As labor, we are always with the community and with our fellow police officers and firefighters. But our first priority is always going to be our workers, and they are the most affected by this tax. I keep hearing the word park visits. Park visits are down, they're 17 million, down from 58 million. Our workers are the first to be affected. The decrease in the visitors has caused, I represent 382 members, candy makers, yay, at Disneyland Resort. Out of the 382, at our most busiest time, if I'm lucky, I have 206 working. Out of those 206, around 100 of them are working 1 to 2 days at a time where they're used to working 6 to 7. My full-time are down from 40 hours to 30. We're not saying don't tax. We're just saying this is not the time. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Charlie Carno, and I'm a Senior Research Analyst for Unite Here Local 11, representing over 32,000 hospitality workers in Southern California and Arizona. Speaking on item 15, the Olympic Games Agreement. We urge a no vote on the Games Agreement. We don't believe in subsidizing the Olympic Games. We don't believe in repeating the same pattern of giveaways from the Sadu era, where the city must continually create exemptions, promise public resources, or otherwise make promises to private interests, all in the hopes of chasing tourism. It's a perpetual race to the bottom. We believe we provide value and should demand it ourselves. Specifically, we question whether the Olympic Games will truly pay for themselves. Prior to the city of Santa Monica entering a games agreement to host beach volleyball, the city ordered a fiscal impact study that found the city could lose $1.45 million conservatively if they hosted the games, and as much as a net loss of $12.1 million. In contrast, they found that because of the city's status as a popular attraction, the Olympics would generate $10.65 million if they didn't host the games, because people would come to be there without the expenses of hosting, and they decided to walk away from doing a games agreement. Has the city of Anaheim done a similar cost study proving that hosting indoor volleyball here will generate money rather than potentially put us all on the hook? Many of the same reasons that drove Santa Monica to reject the agreement apply to us. For example, the city is obligated to determine the normal and customary service levels provided for the Olympics and their costs in comparison to the city of LA. Has the city of LA completed the regulations to establish what those service levels are and their costs? And if so, what are they and why wasn't it provided as part of the staff report? If the information is unavailable, the city is agreeing to essentially unknown Olympic reimbursement rates to provide unknown level of services. And as the police said earlier, they already have quite a lot to deal with. I wonder what the normal and customary level of service is at the Honda Center during events normally, and whether the city could be on the hook for that as for the Olympics Games, and it shouldn't be that way. I'd also note that the Games agreement with the City of LA provides for priority reimbursement to LA, and the agreement presented here prevents taking legal action against the Olympics Committee, the City of LA, and the state for appropriate reimbursement, which leaves Anaheim potentially on the hook for unreimbursed costs. Secondly, at a time of challenges to our municipal budget, the city is agreeing here to not apply any ticket or parking tax to the Olympic Games despite all of these potential costs. Anaheim is a popular attraction, and we should act like it and not sell ourselves short. Please vote no on this bad deal for Anaheim.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Andrea Romero, and I'm with Unite Here Local 11, representing over 30,000 hospitality workers in Southern California. Anaheim is behind regarding labor standards. Anaheim has no living wage standard, which is a legal requirement in both Long Beach and Los Angeles. The Olympic and Paralympic Games will take place across many different venues, and there will be competition for workers. But when Anaheim has no legal standard for a fair wage, why would the workers choose to come to work at this venue? Finally, there are no metrics or requirements or benefits related to local hiring. Workforce development, youth youth sports, or anything that at least LA is getting as part of their Olympic agreement. Anaheim is a popular attraction, and we should act like it and not sell ourselves short. Vote no on this bad deal for Anaheim. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Austin Lynch, Elizabeth Galindo, and Inez Margadante.
Good evening, Austin Lynch, Organizing Director with Unite Here Local 11. And I'm accompanied tonight, we've got a number of our members to voice their opinions on several items, but I have two Anaheim superheroes with me. Brenda and Trin, could you stand up? We've got these are two folks who have a combined 55 years of service at the Convention Center and at Angel Stadium. And so I want to give them a round of applause. We're here to speak in favor of renewal of Aramark's contract to continue providing services at the Convention Center. We have a strong partnership with Aramark, and we have a contract that provides family health care, pension, even a legal plan, strong service charges, and so you can be confident that you're getting not only the best service in the convention industry, not only a strong environmental program, but with Aramark, you're providing family-sustaining jobs for hundreds of Anaheim and area residents, and it's something that contributes to the community and then you can be proud of. And so we urge you to support that renewal on item 14. Thank you.
Buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Galindo. Soy miembro de United Here Local 11, quien representa a más de 30,000 trabajadores de la hospitalidad en el sur de California y Arizona. Les pido que voten no al acuerdo de los juegos. No creo en repetir el mismo ciclo de concesiones del área de alcalde previo CIDUS. Es una carrera perpetua hacia abajo. Por ejemplo, la ciudad está aceptando no aplicar ningún impuesto a los boletos ni al estacionamiento durante los Juegos Olímpicos, a pesar de que no se sabe si habrá reembolso por los gastos, y también me preocupa que no se ha hecho ningún estudio del impacto fiscal. Santa Mónica consideró organizar los eventos del voleibol de la playa como parte de los Juegos Olímpicos, pero decidió no hacerlo, ya que estudió y determinó que los costos eran de 1.45 millones y 12 millones de dólares, descubriendo así que la ciudad se beneficiaría a no incurrir en estos gastos al organizar estos eventos olímpicos, ya que los turistas vendrían a Santa Mónica para estar en la región durante los Juegos Olímpicos, de todos modos sin costos adicionales ni desconocidos. Por favor, no continúen con este acuerdo. Anaheim es un destino popular y debemos comportarnos como tal y no subestimarnos. Voten no a este mal acuerdo para Anaheim. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Hi, I am a member of the Unite Here Local 11, also an employee in Anaheim. I am requesting that you vote no at the acuerdo no to the games, to the agreement to the games. I don't believe that the repetition of the same cycle, that concessions from the era of the previous mayor, it's in a career, it's a perpetual doing this below. For example, the city is perpetuating not an applicable in any tax to the tickets, to the parking, during the Olympic Games, even though we don't know if there has been a reimbursement for those expenses. Also, I'm also worried to know that there has not been a study for the fiscal impact. Santa Monica considered organizing the events of the volleyball on the beach as part of the Olympic Games, but decided not to do it because after the study, they determined that it would be a cost to the city of $1.45 million and $12.1 million, which was discovered that the city in reality would be beneficial without organizing such Olympic events, even though that the tourism and we would come to Santa Monica for this region during these games, and even though those costs would be additional and unknown, please do not continue with this agreement. Anaheim is a popular destination, and we need to prove to ourselves as such and not underestimate. Please vote no. This is not a good thing for Anaheim. This agreement would be bad for Anaheim. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie. I'm a lifelong Anaheim resident. Our city is facing $60 million budget deficit, and we cannot keep asking residents to bear the cost while billion-dollar corporations get a free pass. It's time to be honest about who benefits and who pays. Disney is not struggling. They welcome 28 million visitors a year and bring in more than $2 billion annually. Ticket prices go up every year, and their profits continue to climb. Meanwhile, our city built the Mickey and Friends parking structure for $90 million, and we're still paying off the bonds 25 years later. Disney charges $40 a day to park there. That's $410,000 a day just from one structure. A simple 10% parking tax could generate nearly $15 million a year, money we desperately need for public services like parks, libraries, road repairs, and police. Other cities have figured this out. Avalon, which also relies heavily on tourism, has a 4% entertainment tax. It works, it's fair. It helps fund the essentials for both residents and visitors. Anaheim should follow their lead with one important difference. Anaheim residents should be exempt. We already pay through property taxes, sales tax, and the daily cost of living in a city built around tourism. We shouldn't be taxed again just to enjoy our own community. Let's talk about the loopholes. The city's resolution deliberately excludes Honda Center, despite residents calling for its inclusion. The venue narrowly avoids the 20,000 seat threshold and doesn't charge directly for parking, which conveniently exempts it from the proposed taxes. These aren't technicalities, they're carve-outs. The owners of the Honda Center are major campaign donors to several council members, and Disney has a long history of doing the same. When powerful interests shape policy to protect themselves, and residents are told the proposal is somehow unfair to Disney, that's not equity, that's influence. Let's be real. Disney has never been afraid to raise prices. They do it every year, and people still come. They know their brand is strong and the demand is steady. If Disney can charge premium prices for magic, Anaheim can ask a fair price to fund reality. This brings us to a serious concern. The mayor published an op-ed yesterday, one day before the vote, opposing the tax. That is a clear conflict of interest. When an elected official publicly campaigns against a measure they are supposed to vote on, especially one that affects their donors, it undermines public trust. It raises questions about whose interests are being served. We cannot rely on the transient occupancy tax alone. It has come in much lower than projected. We need new revenue sources. We need leadership that puts residents first. So I urge you, vote yes on the gate tax, close the loopholes, confront the conflicts, and make Anaheim's economy work for everyone, not the powerful few. Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Jose Duran, John Baca, and Kenneth Batiste.
Good evening. My name is Jose Duran. I'm the president of the Anaheim Police Association. I understand the concerns that are raised tonight about the proposed tourism and parking tax measures. Nobody here wants to jeopardize our tourism economy. It's what keeps Anaheim strong, and we are all proud of that. But tourism also depends on something that is non-negotiable, and that's public safety, strong infrastructure, and reliable city services. Disneyland brings approximately 50 to 80,000 residents every single day on top of the 350,000 residents here in Anaheim. That means daily emergency response, traffic control, and infrastructure support on a scale that most cities never experience. Right now, Anaheim is short about 70 police officers compared to what independent staffing studies recommend for a city with this level of daily activity. The mayor pointed out that visitors already fund much of Anaheim's budget, and that is true. But those contributions primarily come through hotel tax, also known as the transit occupancy tax, which is TOT, which is paid by overnight guests. However, millions of visitors come to Anaheim every single day that drain but don't contribute to those essential city services. What I'm here to say is simple, is to let the voters decide. We cannot continue to add tens of thousands of people into our city every day without increasing the resources needed to keep them and our residents safe. And despite all the rumors, this isn't about law enforcement. It's about doing the right thing for the most important shareholders in the city, and that's our residents. So how much is enough? If we have more, we can do more for our residents. Just like some of our largest employers in the city who raise prices to strengthen their businesses, to increase their profit margins, and to invest into ongoing infrastructure improvements. And we do not oppose that. We simply want the same opportunity to ensure Anaheim can invest in its own aging facilities, public safety, and community services. Anaheim is built on dreams and opportunity, but that shouldn't be limited to what happens at bigger businesses across our city, and our neighborhoods deserve to thrive as well. We need cleaner parks, safer roads, stronger neighborhoods, and more police officers. So let's work together on a fair and responsible solution that keeps Anaheim safe, strong, and welcoming for the residents and the millions of guests who make this city shine. We are not asking you to adopt this measure tonight. We are asking you to let the voters decide. If you disagree with it, you will have an opportunity to campaign against it. But the people of Anaheim deserve the right to have their say. Let's give them the opportunity to vote for a better Anaheim, which is safer streets, better parks, better facilities, stronger infrastructure, more affordable housing, and resources to help the city thrive. I look forward to hearing your thoughtful discussion related to the tourism and parking tax measures. I urge you to vote to allow these tax measures to move to the November 2026 general election so the voters of Anaheim may decide on a solution to keeping Anaheim strong, safe, and allowing businesses, the residents, and the workforce to all thrive together. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Most of you probably know that I'm a rep for IBW Local 47, and the majority of our members here, we have 3 contracts. They're all out of the enterprise or utility fund. So we have no skin in the game when it comes to the general fund. But I know what it's like when the general fund isn't doing good, because that usually means you're not attracting, whether it's police officers, fire, or even public works people to the city. And I worked here for 26 years, and I seen the difference when I first came here till now, that most of the places around the Disney Resort are okay to work with, but there's still a few that it's even unsafe to work there at night for the utility guys to come out. And I've always heard about Disney, the city bends over backwards for Disney. Well, this one is about letting the residents decide. I don't want you to fear like we have some skin in the game, because we don't, but this is about keeping the general fund going. And we know that Disney just raised their prices. Do you think they didn't sell out for the annual passes? Yeah, well, it happened. And yes, my family does go once in a while to Disney, and they don't understand what's behind the services as far as police and fire, or even being public works around the city or even around the resort area. But it would be nice to just get this for the residents can decide. And that's all I ask. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers, Kenneth Batiste, Amanda Walsh, and Mark Richard Daniels.
Hello, everyone. Giving honor to God, those on the council are serving the God of the people, not the God of the special interests. Okay? City of Anaheim, $6 billion in debt. Billion. Does it sound like we winning? Guess what? Disneyland's winning. Angels winning. Angels went ahead and had a 10-year lease and got $2 billion while the residents got $2 million. See, we're living in dangerous times. Why? Because of the greed of the wealthy, because they not only want to be rich, but they want to be powerful. They want to rob the working class and the poor. Farmers are losing generational farms, SNAP being snapped up, get ready to cut down on Medi-Cal. Every time they cut down on Medi-Cal, that means people are dying. So they don't want people around. So let's go ahead and get it right. We are $6 billion we're 64 million short. Why? Because we're paying for a parking structure that takes 40 years for us to pay. It costs $1 billion, but we paying $4 billion, while Disneyland collects the revenue and operate it. Does that sound like a good-ass deal for the residents? Hell no. And every time we come up here and ask for a damn-ass tax increase, everybody starts showing up for Disneyland talking about how they such a great-ass partner. Well, if they were such a great-ass partner, why are we the only city in Orange County that had to be redlined by the state? Equal to Compton and Bell. That we are getting a shaft through this damn-ass city council and the procedure. Every time we go ahead and come up for a tax increase, they start coming up why they can't do it. But they raise their prices every damn year. If they raise it every year, why can't they do it? $5 on a parking ticket? $5. You think $100 what it costs to go ahead and go into structures? And first thing, we shouldn't even be picking on Disneyland only. We should lower it to $10,000 so we'll get Angels, Anaheim, the Ducks, everybody. Everybody should be included because all of them are a part of this engine that have broke and bankrupt our damn city just about. So let's go ahead and keep it where it is. Disneyland ain't living up to that. So with Angels, wait a minute, talked about the $2 million. Visit Anaheim, this Disney City Chamber of Commerce, always robbing the damn city. Did we forget? They robbed the city, something to regulate. So I remember when Disney raised the prices because they had too many people. This was what's going on. Was they thinking about us? No. I'm telling you like it is, 12 seconds. Disney and the major special interests have been robbing this residents of Anaheim for centuries, and it needs to change. Thank you.
Amanda Walsh.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Anaheim City Council members. My name is Amanda Walsh. I am lucky to serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Orange County Business Council, the leading voice of business where we focus on economic development through priorities of housing, infrastructure, and workforce. OCBC strongly opposes both of these proposed measures. Anaheim's resort district is the cornerstone of Orange County's economy, supporting thousands of local jobs, small businesses, and yes, critical tax revenue that does fund many city services. And the ripple effect of putting these measures out there is going to jeopardize that success. Adding new taxes on admissions and parking would not only increase costs for families and visitors, and a talking point that I've heard tonight that sort of rubs me the wrong way is, it's only $4, it's only $4. As a widowed single parent to 2 young girls, I feel fortunate that $4 isn't gonna make or break possibly taking my family on a vacation, but for some families it does. For some families, it's $1. So that should not even be a talking point that is considered. I did not speak when you were speaking, so I really appreciate the respect of the silence when I'm up here. Thank you. I can do my mom, shh, thank you. We've heard cost of living increases, correct? So at a time when employers are already managing rising operational costs, layers of additional taxes make Anaheim less competitive compared to neighboring destinations. You already heard, if they are given the opportunity to stay at a neighboring city, they're gonna do it. That means fewer visitors, yes, less spending at not only local restaurants and hotels, but possibly fewer working hours for residents who rely on these jobs to make ends meet. OCBC's policy priorities are clear. We support fair, simple tax structures, thank you, that promote growth and jobs, but let's call this what it is. This is a targeted tax singling out special industries to fill the gaps. Anaheim has been a long success because of the strong partnerships between the city and the business community. These proposals move in the opposite direction, discouraging investment and putting at risk the very jobs that make Anaheim thrive. We're urging the City Council to reject both measures. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the respect of the audience. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Mark Richard Daniels.
Well, I hope I get the same respect. I came all this way just for, anyway. I think the campaign has already started. I can feel the vibes, and this is an issue, yeah, that too. This is an issue that has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed by the people that live in this city. The community has to have a hand in on this important issue. And we've waited a long time to address this issue in public. So yes, you should support placing this on the ballot in the, I would say the November 2026 election. You'll have a better turnout. And also, I want to say this, Madam Mayor, I support you, but I think you should sit out this vote, because I don't think it's in your best interest to get involved in this wrangling, because you've already tipped your cap to the opposing view of this. And so it's just gonna be kind of get all muddy there. So, and also this idea that the people want to stay in other cities and stuff, so what? They come to Disneyland. Disneyland just celebrated their 70th anniversary, for God's sakes. And they've never looked better than they do now. They, you know, record profits. COVID kind of knocked them off keel like everything else, but they survived. They're thriving. They're building this other addition. Yeah, the convention center should be included in a tax because of the events that go on there. And we were always west of the Mississippi. We were one of the most visited convention destinations in the United States, and I think it still is true. And with all the additions, the convention center, I remember when it was just a little flying saucer thing out front, the arena. Now it's this big, massive, goes on for 1.5 miles, you know, and I can recall all those things. I can remember when Disneyland was $5 to get in. Yeah, no more. So I think this is a win situation. We should not concern ourselves with the negativity. Let's put it on the ballot. Let's make sure that this is addressed by the people that have so much to gain. This is a necessary, 12 seconds, Jesus. We need to have this passed. And first of all, we need to put it on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We have 6 speakers on general comments, and we'll go ahead and move forward. The next 3 speakers for general comments is Arthur Castillo, Brian Kay, and Jackie Anderson. Arthur Castillo.
Good evening. I wanted to reiterate that last time that I came here and spoke about the vendor issues, the produce trucks. You got to understand, I have 12 years. It was 7 days a week. And I had meetings with police, code enforcement at the time. And now, again, I apologize to the code enforcement department because they were the ones that were mostly involved in it. And it ceased after 12 years of my time. And for reasons that I would like to make a meeting with each one of you, and so I can explain it to you what we were going through back in those days, and a lot of news articles and a lot of television stuff that we had on this issue. But the police department also was involved, and it wasn't all the police, and it wasn't all the code enforcement. So that's why I would like to tell you before I say the things that I want not to say words that are kind of derogatory towards departments. I'm not attacking any department, attacking bad apples and problems that we had in those times. So I just wanted to apologize that sometimes I might get confusing, is because I'm preventing not to tell you everything, because it's pretty bad. We need to have a talk first. I think we should protocol it, talk first, get it, and then I want to get your guys' opinions, what you think about it, and before I come up here and say things. I did this also with the school board because these are things that I feel not to attack. I want to show you that I'm, my etiquette is going to be, forward and straight and honest, and that way I can get your point of views. That's what I'm looking for by having a one-on-one with you. Again, I try to approach city managers and all that, and they just ignore everything. So that was one of the problems we had is communication. So I didn't represent them. I volunteered to represent them, but I don't represent them anymore. But it was something I did for free because it was something I saw it wasn't right. They're part of the community. I noticed a ordinance went in on them that wasn't even applying to them because they've been here for a long time. And so I just want to take this personal thing that came, that I learned from it and say that, if there's anything that in development, we changed Paseo Village, Park Vista, we gated them in, and these people with their businesses that had to come out. I think there's probably going to be more development and probably more vendors probably losing their businesses. But the sad part is, without saying that a bad word, is a lot of people lost their business, had to sell their business and leave. And there was lawsuits on there that they won. I went to court hearings. This city actually started implementing other cities to go on with it. I've been in the courtrooms where the judges said this is illegal, immoral. Don't bring this into my chamber again. And and this went on for 12 years, but it was going on before. And these are also small business mom and pop stores also. So I got involved just to volunteer to be in there. So I just want to be able to
Mr.
explain it to
Castillo,
you
I'm
guys.
sorry, your time is up.
So I just think, I'll be back.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Can you give those to them now, please? Okay. Happy day. I know I challenge the Anaheim City Council. I know I challenge you, Mayor Aiken. But when you do something good, I'm willing to come down and compliment, and I kind of feel good about that. Recently, and Susanna's working on that right now, the Facebook post for the way Anaheim approaches coyotes has changed. So rather than saying coyotes are wild animals, gives the same guidelines that pretty much all other Orange County cities have. Be respectful of the coyote, don't attack them, don't kick them, don't feed them. And from what I understand, I'll share with you, a friend of mine had a coyote den in their backyard on Pioneer Street, neighbor of SN. And I went by one day and there's a dove floating around in front of the coyote den. There's no more coyote mother and her pups. And, that really kind of spoke to me. After everybody realized that the coyotes were gone, my friend hired me to cut the tree down and fill the den and clean up the area. I'm not sure why, but the next day I drove down Pioneer. There's about 13 homes on that street. There was over 25 coyotes shat on the center of the driveways, of the center of the sidewalks. I realize that coyotes don't have much of a voice, so I'm kind of speaking for them. Over 25 adult coyotes protested that coyote mother and her pups as missing. And that's a message that I don't think you've taken on, but I really want to appreciate the fact that you've changed your approach. And that coyote mother, her loss and her pup's loss changed the way the city approaches that issue. And so it kind of gives me some eternal hope that you're growing and you're changing, you're doing things better. I realize I'm just here me, but I have a coyote mother, and she sees me as her coyote pup. You know, I have a coyote wife, and I want to make a nice, friendly, healthy, safe coyote den for my wife so that, and, you know, a speaker made a joke about y'all being, you know, honey women, or, you know, I'm not sure of the term, but he had a cute, and everybody laughed, but, you know, every woman wants to have a safe den to, you know, to live in and provide a family. So when I stand here, I hope that you'll take the same
Mr. Kay,
lesson
your
you
time is
learned with
up.
the coyotes and address that to the other speakers and to myself, my own family. I don't want my family to live on the
Thank you,
run and
Mr.
be
Kay. Your
afraid
time is up, please.
anymore. Please,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Happy day.
Our next speaker, Jackie Anderson. Jackie Anderson. Okay, we'll have our next speaker come forward.
Spooked me out. I apologize. Kualitutaki, good afternoon. Nihtoka Masa, running your clan. I want to thank Natalie Rubalcaba. I was watching. Thank you for being there for Indigenous Peoples Day. It means a lot to us. It shows like respect, and respect is everything, and that's how you'll be respected. And it was nice seeing you at the Nature Center. That was a surprise. It was nice to see you there with other Tongawas and other tribes, Mexicastic dancers, and it means a lot to us as well. And Campos, good to see you at Dia de los Muertos. It was good that you support, you know, and it's important. It's all healing, you know, and Dia de los Muertos is an indigenous people's thing, from the Chicano culture to the Mexica or Mexican indigenous peoples throughout actually the Americas before the settler colonist borders. Last thing is I want to take the time to thank whoever's changing the landscape by the OC Vibe. We really appreciate how they're taking away the grass. There's not much water, and there's now more of the native desert plants or more of the agave, maguey plants. That's very important because there is no water, and I know the water goes all the way connected towards Chemehuevi Indian Reservation, which is Colorado River. It's all connected to the Santa Ana River where the OC Vibe will be at. I can't wait to see the Native American mural of the Tongawas. That's going to be nice. But that water connects. We're told by one of our I don't want to say chief, but one of our Tlatoanis, that the dams were built by these settler colonists to control us and control the fish. And hopefully that doesn't affect us somehow with what's going to happen in the future. And I just want to sing a song, a prayer song. We just came from a ceremony on the beach, and this is a dolphin song, and that everything comes out good in these hard times, and for all colors and all beliefs. And so in spirit of Toipurina, a native Gabrieleña or Quiche Tangwa woman, the dolphin song. Henana he navuram, henana he navuram, henane ya na he yo. Henana he navuram, henana he navuram, henane ya na he yo. Henana he navuram, henana he navuram, henane ya na he yo. Henana he navuram, henana he navuram, henane ya na he yo. And know with time, with education and respect and having that tribal engagement, we will decolonize people's hearts and minds, not matter what color of your skin or race or ethnicity, where we come from. We're all equal in Creator's eyes. We call it Chinik Chinik or Yohkoyani in this territory. And I know with time we will see the name of the school of the colonists come down to home of the Jaguars. That'll be good for our students, psychologically speaking. High self-esteem, that will create that to our community. Thank you so much. And we do support what Natalie Rubalcaba is pushing for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. And we have our next speaker step forward, please.
And your dog is so good. He's a cutie pie.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Anaheim Police Department leadership, and members of the public. My name is Steven Acevedo, and I'm here to speak as someone who was harmed, not by a criminal, not by a stranger, but by a federal agent operating in our city while Anaheim police officers stood by and did nothing. On October 3rd, 2025, I was struck twice by a federal agent. I was assaulted. Anaheim PD officers were present and witnessed this violence with their own eyes. I screamed that I wanted to press charges. I made it clear that I was not safe and that a crime had been committed against me in front of them. And still, no one intervened, no one reported it, no one stopped the assault, and what kind of system allows this to happen? Anaheim Police Department, I'm asking directly, when you see a federal agent strike a civilian, what are you trained to do? What are you authorized to do, and why don't you do it? These are not rhetorical questions. I'm demanding answers. I'm demanding actions. I'm not just a breakdown in, this is not just a breakdown in protocol. This is a failure of duty, a failure of ethics, and a failure of basic human decency. And it's part of a larger pattern that we cannot ignore any longer. I'm calling on this council and on the leadership of Anaheim PD to take the following actions. Number one, publicly release all body-worn and patrol vehicle camera footage from the incident on October 3rd, 2025. The public has a right to see what happened. Launch a full investigation by both the city of Anaheim and the state of California into the actions of the federal agent who struck me and the Anaheim officers who allowed this to happen without intervention. Number three, disclose the Anaheim Police Department current policies and agreement with federal agencies, including ICE. If there is a memorandum of understanding, the public deserves to know what it says. Because let me be clear, if Anaheim PD is operating with federal agents who are using force without accountability, and if Anaheim officers are refusing to act when civilians are assaulted in their presence, that's not just dangerous, that's unconstitutional. This isn't only about what happened to me. This is what could happen to anyone. What happens when a mother is pulled over with her child in the backseat and assaulted by a federal agent and no local officer steps in? What happens when a young person, an immigrant, or a protester is attacked and their rights are ignored because it's not the local department's jurisdiction? If their badge gives them the authority to carry a weapon and enforce the law, then it also gives you responsibility to protect the public. That doesn't go away when the federal agents are involved. And if Anaheim PD is empowered or trained to intervene when federal agents commit violence, and that's something that must be changed immediately. Council members, you were elected to protect this community, not to protect bad actors, not to protect outdated policies.
Sir, I'm sorry.
And
your time
certainly
is up.
not to protect silence. I am not afraid. You may ignore me tonight, but you will not
Sorry,
silence
sir.
me.
Your time
I
is
don't
up.
care. I'm demanding an investigation.
Sir?
I'm demanding answers.
I'm sorry,
and
your time is up,
I
sir.
will not be kept.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Is this on? Okay, Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. We live in a company town. There's two doors to City Hall, a private door and a public door. And I like to look at the public door first because that's what we're in front of. And I remember Gurley Bloomquist was here on September 23rd, 25 at a council meeting asking for housing help. You can go to that meeting at the 1 hour, 59 minute and 25 second mark and hear her needs. She's still waiting to hear from the city. And I'm afraid she's not alone because the housing shortage in Anaheim of affordable units is 9,100 units according to the state housing element. It's almost doubled since over the last 10 to 15 years. And unfortunately, Anaheim's not focused on it. Santa Ana has, and they don't have that shortage. It's a shame she doesn't have access, Ms. Bloomquist, to the private door, because behind the private door, there is a fast track, and funds available to speed along the private interests of the big three in Anaheim. That's Disney, the OC Vibe, and the Angels. And there's along with the fast track, there's a minimum of public engagement and a minimum of public oversight. Unfortunately, there is a cost to the public when those two are lacking. In 1998, there was the bond Anaheim took out for $510 million. They have 2 years left to pay on it. With interest, it will come to $1 billion. Of that $510 million, $100 million went to build the Disney parking structure we all enjoy today. That's 10,000 spaces at $50 a space, $40 a space, and say 300 days a year, since it isn't sold out all the time, that's $120 million a year. I don't see them keeping their prices down. But this culture, this Anaheim way continues today. The big three are now eyeing the surplus of the ATID, Transportation Committee, $29 million, to build pedestrian bridges leading from Disney's new parking structure to their front entrance. The OC Vibe is looking for money for their $200 million project to build a park, the OC Riverwalk, fronting their property. So as you can see, the culture is deeply entrenched. And I'm looking for a little leadership here.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments. One was related to item number 25, one item number 26, 6 were related to item 27, and 6 were general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website and can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you very much. We're now going to close public comment portion of this meeting and move on to council communications. If any council members have items to share, please ring in now, starting with Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Maas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very quickly, I want to give some thanks to the Anaheim Fall Festival. Many of us were there and enjoyed it. The festival took place on Center Greens and had a fabulous parade with, I'm assuming, thousands of folks looking at the parade along the streets. I want to thank our city staff that worked so hard to make sure that the route was safe, that Center Greens Entertainment went on. I also want to thank the Fall Festival Committee and its volunteers. These people do the work for absolutely no pay, all volunteer. They built the Fall Festival floats, they organized volunteers, they brought in vendors and food, and again, all volunteers. Sometimes we don't realize how hard these folks work, but I know for building the floats, they start in March and work every Sunday till the parade to make sure the floats are ready to go. So I want to thank each and every volunteer and thank our city staff that participated, and it was a great event for our city. Next slide, please. Some months ago, this council voted to establish a housing trust, and then we voted on how that money would be divided. One of the buckets is the first-time home buyer program, and our housing department is now putting together a series of workshops to talk to folks about how they can participate in the program. I really want to give a shout out to our housing department, Grace Epter, and her team. They put on a workshop this last Saturday, very well attended. They had realtors, mortgage lenders, explaining how they're going to work with our own city program. And many folks very excited, taking notes, taking information on how they can participate. My understanding is the program is going to open up for application mid next month. Be very excited to see the first few residents in Anaheim here be able to buy their own home and be actual homeowners instead of renters in Anaheim. So I thank you, Grace, and your team. You did a phenomenal job that day, and I'm very proud of the work this council has done and that staff has done in particular for making this possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Moss?
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 slides to share. Starting with last week's trip to the Hoover Dam and Colorado River Aqueduct with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. I had the opportunity to visit the dam and tour the aqueduct as part of an outreach visit. The visit provided valuable insight into how much planning, engineering, and coordination go into ensuring a safe and reliable water supply for our Anaheim residents and businesses. Here in Anaheim, our own Public Utilities Department plays a vital role in that effort, ensuring our local water continues to meet some of the highest quality and safety standards in the nation. Anaheim's water is carefully treated, continuously tested, and reliably delivered to homes and businesses every day. As we continue to experience more unpredictable climate patterns, it's more important than ever that we all use water wisely. Anaheim Public Utilities offers several programs and rebates to help residents and businesses save water, whether it's leak detection or smart irrigation controls to turf replacement and more. I encourage people to visit anaheim.net/savewater or Be Waterwise for more information. And a big thank you to the Metropolitan Water District and Director Steve Fessel for the invitation to attend. Next slide, please. On Saturday morning, I had the opportunity to attend Strides for Disability. This event was hosted by Easter Seals of Southern California at Angel Stadium. This annual event brings together families, friends, and organizations to celebrate disability pride and inclusion while raising awareness and support for the important services that Easter Seals provides in our city and region. It was great to see the Rolettes perform and to feel the energy from Wild Wing and DJ Joe Maestro. They really set a positive energy and tone for the morning. I also want to recognize our first responders who were there to ensure everyone could enjoy the event safely. Thank you for always showing up for our community. And a sincere thank you to Easter Seals of Southern California for your ongoing work supporting Anaheim families here in Anaheim. From early childhood programs to autism services and employment opportunities for adults with disabilities. For anybody wanting to learn more, please visit socal.easterseals.com. Next slide, please. Later that morning, I went over to Edison Park. Edison Park got a little extra care from Kaiser Permanente employees who joined our city staff for a cleanup. Some volunteers came from across Southern California and spent their morning help making this park look its best. While we were there, there was a group of ballet folklorico dancers practicing, and it was a really perfect snapshot of Anaheim families and culture coming together in our public spaces. Thank you to the volunteers again, and thank you to our city staff for helping identify a park that could use a little extra attention. I know my friend Sandra and the moms from Edison Elementary will be enjoying it in the weeks to come. And my last slide is from this past Sunday's Acorn Festival at the Oak Canyon Nature Center. It began, let me see, it had dances, crafts, vendors, and food provided by a local caterer and District 5 resident, Ryan, who operates Pueblo Smoke and Grill. I specifically want to acknowledge some staff members, Anaheim Sporn, Liz Hernandez, and Nikki Sandusky, for putting on this event year after year. It keeps getting better. I've attended just out of personal interest over the years, and I was proud to be a sponsor this year. And this event is more than just music and having fun. It really creates a sense of place for people. There was a woman walking in the trails while I was there, and she happened to come across the event. She didn't know it was taking place. She is of Native descent, and she doesn't know anything about her family history. While she was there, she was able to connect with somebody who could point her towards the right direction, and that small interaction meant the world to her. So thank you again to our staff for making it happen and cultivating a trusting relationship with our local tribes. And then last, I don't have a slide, but I also want to echo the thanks to the Fall Festival volunteers and all of the staff who worked Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to make all of the festivities happen. It means a lot. I'm really proud of the artistry that we have here in Anaheim, and it's showcased in events like that we had this weekend. So thank you. Last thing I don't have a slide for, but I want to invite everybody on November 15th to South Junior High. We're going to have an event called Run for Sharks, and it's all about raising awareness for our ocean and bringing ocean awareness to Anaheim kids. So I'm excited to be a sponsor, and everyone is invited to come and learn more about the ocean and the benefits it has for Anaheim families. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke today. I know that there were some concerns that have been brought up, and I want to say that we do have a responsibility to take any and all concerns seriously, and that Anaheim residents deserve full confidence that taxpayer dollars are being managed responsibly. And I believe, Mr. City Manager, you'll have a little bit more information for us. And I appreciate the responsibility that we have to be as transparent as possible. I do want to, I have a number of events to share with the community. I was out at the Loera Band Review this Saturday. As I've said before, I'm a big band geek, so it was always exciting to support our local high school bands at this year's Loera Band Review, including my alma mater and other talented students from across the region. It is a great opportunity to showcase and highlight the city of Anaheim and welcome students and parents from across the region here to our city. So I do want to give a big thank you to the Anaheim Police Department for keeping everybody safe throughout the event, as well as our Anaheim Utilities team for their additional support of our students. I was proud to march alongside the Boys and Girls Club of Anaheim, Savannah High School parents, and some District 2 residents in the Anaheim Halloween Parade. I will echo my colleagues in saying special thank you to all the organizers, to all the volunteers, all of the city staff, all the families who've made this Anaheim tradition a huge success. Another shout out to our Anaheim Fire and Rescue team for stopping by one of our District 2 neighborhoods. It really is inspiring to see them out there interacting with the community, building relationships, and even inspiring the next generation of first responders. So a big thank you to the entire team that helped organize that. I want to give congratulations to Chef Bruno Serrato. I joined Katerina's Club to celebrate their 20th anniversary and millions of bowls of pasta. Their work continues to make a real difference across Anaheim, and I'm very proud to stand alongside them. And again, want to congratulate Chef Bruno and the entire team that helps with that. Also, as my colleague mentioned, I do want to give a shout out to our Housing and Community Development team for the workshop that they held this Saturday at the Brookers Community Center. Really an important step in helping Anaheim families achieve homeownership and build a generational stability right here in our city. So a big thank you to them and everybody that attended. I believe the next one is November 1st, and so you can look up the additional information on our city website. We also held our first District 2 open house, bringing together residents, city departments to talk about neighborhood priorities, ways we can continue to improve services, as well as address issues in the neighborhood. I want to thank Magnolia High School, my alma mater, for opening up their new cybersecurity building to host us at this event, and for all the residents that came out to speak with us. Two more things. A big thank you to Jimmy and Manny from Anaheim Public Utilities for stepping up to help one of our District 2 seniors replace their dusk to dawn lights. It is a small fix, but it makes a huge difference in safety and quality of life, especially for that resident and their neighbors. So a really great example of community care in action, so a big shout out to them and our utilities team. And finally, I'll end on a positive note. We are inviting the community to our 3rd annual Trunk or Treat. We're teaming up with the Anaheim Elementary School District and a number of different cart clubs, including Naranjeros, Brown Descents, the Anaheim Cart Club, as well as APD and Fire, and I believe Utilities and Public Works as well. Really a fun, family-friendly evening featuring decorated trunks, raffle prizes, a lot of candy, plenty of Halloween spirit. So if you're looking for a safe, free community event, please come out. Again, that's this Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. at Key Elementary. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I actually don't have any slides tonight. I decided that I would just first start off with, as many of you know, I am a fourth-generation Anaheim resident, and I want to thank everybody who came out tonight to not only express their opposition, but also their support for a tourism tax and a parking assessment here in the city of Anaheim. I want to just make sure everybody is aware that I am a big supporter of labor of all unions, including Unite Here Local 11, as well as all of our trades who depend on work from Disneyland and other areas of our city. My intention with this tax is not to hurt business or to hurt anybody within the trades, because I love the work that you're getting. As a matter of fact, I will share more during our presentation, but I sat on this dais and approved the Disney Forward project, which will generate a tremendous amount of work for our residents. I also just want to mention that we did also champion the community workforce agreement that we have here in the city of Anaheim, which eliminated the project list that we had limiting work for labor contractors, and it actually created a $700,000 threshold. So with the money that we are hoping to, I'm hoping to have this robust conversation with my colleagues, this will actually generate more jobs within the city that are not limited to just some of our private sector businesses. I also just wanted to mention, I know that many of you think that maybe this is something that would hurt our local economy, but I just want to mention that our businesses have increased their admission taxes by 88% over the last 10 years, and that has not hindered, nor has it had a negative impact on our local economy. This will only help all ships rise together. Because like I mentioned, as a fourth-generation Anaheim resident, I was elected by the people of Anaheim to not only ensure that we're properly funding our local city budget, but that we're also creating safe neighborhoods and quality of life issues, addressing all of the quality of life issues here in our city that are created by just the impact that our tourism economy has created. When I was growing up, there was only one hotel, which was Disneyland Hotel, along with a parking lot. And Dancing Waters was the big attraction in that area. It was not even considered the resort district. My grandmother worked at a hotel in that area. And as the people of Anaheim, what we've done is allowed Disney to continue to thrive in our local community and grow, not only to generate the most jobs, not only in Anaheim, but across the county and the state. And I just think it's time that we also consider an opportunity for our residents to benefit from that thriving economy as well. And I know that many of the commenters here are members or funded directly through Disney, OCBC, my former employer. I know that they also are members of the Orange County Business Council, and I completely respect the job that you have to do to come down here and make sure that you're highlighting the benefits that they do on the economic development front, which I'm an economic development expert, and I understand how it works. It's called attracting and retaining not only businesses, but jobs. So with that, I just want to say I hope that we can all have a very robust conversation about the benefits that this tourism tax could have on the residents of Anaheim and the employees who serve the city that we all call home, including our Disney. But I also want to mention this is not I know everybody came here and talked specifically about Disney. This is not just about Disney. This is about every large business that is 20,000 or more within our city that utilizes our infrastructure and has an impact on our quality of life in the city. With that said, I concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I try hard not to duplicate stuff that's already come up, but I really got to give a hats off to the Fall Festival as well. There was a ton of residents going down that street out there, and I know everybody that came out, not only Saturday, but also, Friday night, had a fantastic time, and, can't say enough about it, so thank you very much. In addition, and please, I have practiced this for the last 2 days now, Los Novilos Market, and I hope I got their name right, has moved in, or they had their grand opening beach and ball in District 1, and just wanted to welcome them to the community. If you get an opportunity to go there, a couple of nice things about them. While I was in there, they had a really nice fresh fruit selection. They've got the meat counter, kind of unexpected. They also had a really nice salsa bar in there as well. and then the kind of the dessert on top. They also sell Porto's cakes, so maybe you don't have to wait in the line down there off of Beach Boulevard in Buena Park. You can come to the market and get your cake there. And then I know that we are not done with, or we're not through Halloween, and I thought really hard that maybe I wouldn't notice this, but I do want to say on December 5th, the WOW organization is having the Twyla Reed tree lighting event, and again, that's December 5th. And I will also mention that at the next meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now's the time for the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the public, council. I want to take this opportunity to address the council and the community on a recent news story. We disagree with the characterization of the coverage and the claim it is based on. It defies years of reliable, responsible financial management at the City of Anaheim, something attested to in yearly financial audits by KPMG LLP and recognized by the government finance officers as verified or unverified, and that is the right of someone filing a claim. We urge caution on this and all claims. We have ample safeguards in place for procurement, contracts, purchasing cards, and other financial and workplace matters. Our initial review does not suggest fraud or warrant the characterizations seen in the coverage of this claim. We stand by our purchases of ambulances now serving our community and by the handling of our purchasing cards and computers. That said, we welcome and take all concerns brought to our attention seriously. Before this coverage, we had already commissioned an independent review by an outside law firm that is now several weeks underway. And I look forward to gaining a better understanding of the facts and what next steps may be. As we respect and let that process play out, I and everyone can continue to place trust, earn trust, in the professionalism of city staff and the high ethical standards our organization operates by. And our community can continue to hold confidence in its city, budget, and our stewardship of public money. One last item, Cal Chiefs Conference. Anaheim Fire and Rescue is one of the prides of our city, and we were happy to welcome fire chiefs and other fire leaders from around the state to Anaheim for their annual Cal Chiefs Conference. I had the privilege of speaking at the conference this morning and sharing some background on Anaheim Fire and Rescue. And I'll share something I said to them this morning. Every day, our teams respond to medical emergencies, fires, accidents, and rescues. There is an incredible ask we make of our firefighters, paramedics, and ambulance operators every day, and they continue to show up in our moments of need. So today, on National First Responders Day, I'd like to again thank everyone at Anaheim Fire and Rescue and Anaheim Police for all that you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're now going to turn to address the City Council consent calendar. Items 1 through 25 are before us. Are there any items that council members would like to pull for further discussion? I will start with Council Member Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item 13.
Thank you very much. Council Member Bayless.
Item number 10.
Thank you very much. Council Member Rubicalva.
Item number 15.
Thank you. With that, those 3 items pulled, is there a motion to move the balance of the calendar?
Move the balance.
Motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Rupakaba? The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the first item pulled is item number 10 by Councilmember Bayless. Would you like a staff report?
No. I just wanted to recognize the fact that, again, I know this, what is it, I think about 2 months ago, we pulled some other intersections that were getting upgraded, and I just wanted to point out, I guess, to District 1 anyways, that on Magnolia Avenue and Lincoln Avenue, Broadway at Magnolia, and then also at Naughton Ball, we'd be getting some new additional four-way stops. Excuse me, not four-way stops, but some traffic signals with a dedicated turn lane. So I just wanted to point that out and say thank you, Rudy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item pulled was item number,
Madam Mayor.
oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also had a comment on that. Got the West Anaheim guys commenting on this one. I also wanted to highlight the intersections that we're going to be doing left turn protected signal lanes for. Rudy, can you just explain what that means and what that is?
Protected left turn lanes? I apologize and good evening. Protected left turn lanes are when we're converting the lighting to have a protected arrow versus the green ball. So those movements can occur without any through movement. It's just a safer operation for the intersection.
Thank you. And then potential timeline for these, what does that look like?
The timeline with this award, typically where we would need to order traffic signal poles, those are usually a long lead item. They have been recently taking up to about 9 months to get. So I would say from today, we're probably looking at about a year until everything is completed.
I heard 3 months. Did anybody else hear 3 months? No? Okay.
Times 3.
There you go. Well, I hope and wish that it's sooner than 9 months, but I did also want to highlight this because these are intersections, including obviously 4 that are sort of shared between District 1 and 2, including Magnolia and Lincoln, Broadway and Magnolia, which has been a big concern for residents that they continue to bring that up to me, as well as Brookerston Ball. And so I appreciate the team being able to move forward on this. I hope it's sooner versus later so that we can ensure that our residents are feeling safe, especially as they're traveling along these roads. And so if my colleague wants to make a motion, I'm happy to second it. I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Next item pulled was item number 13 by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No, I don't need a staff report. I just, first of all, want to let you know that I certainly support the item. It's very exciting that we have this program. Just, can you tell us a little bit about the program? And really what I'm interested in is how do residents learn that this program exists?
We advertise it. So obviously, you know, there's a lot, good evening, first of all. And so it is, we do take it upon ourselves to make sure that it's widely advertised through libraries, mobile resource centers, or what have you. When it was first going around, there was also some utility programs that were out there. And so when that goes out, so right now that like we're doing, when we go to the district council meetings, we bring materials there to make sure that residents know about it, because it's clear, it's not instinctual. Not every city offers that. And so we do want to make sure that because this is a program for homeowners, and sometimes homeowners believe that there isn't anything for them. And so we do have a responsibility to make sure that it's widely advertised.
And so do you work closely then with code enforcement as they cite someone for a problem in the home? Does code enforcement contact you so that you can reach out to the resident?
We do meet with code enforcement. We do some marketing and advertisements when we were using Habitat for Humanity, and now we'll be using a new provider. And so we'll be getting new marketing programs for them to be passing out. And then they also send over referrals, and we have that. And then we also just want to advertise that the phone number to get on our waiting list is 714-765-4300. And we already have 8 individuals on our wait list right now. And so once this is approved tonight, then we'll be able to start moving forward with evaluating the eligibility.
And just a little bit expanded, it's funded with Community Development Block Grant, and so we fund code enforcement through Community Development Block Grant. So this is a companion piece. We fund the enforcement piece, and then the other piece that helps you to address the enforcement action that maybe might need some mitigation.
If there are no further questions, I mean, we have 8 families waiting, so I'd like to ask for a vote on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
I don't want to keep people waiting, but Grace, can you just explain what this program is?
So the program is for what we define as lower income home buyers, 80% of AMI or below. It is for home owners who need some minor repair in their work. It could be they got cited for things going on in their landscaping or something else going on in their home that they need help with. And so there are 3 components to the program. The first is for single family homes or condos or of that nature, you can get up to $15,000, which is it's in the form of a loan, but is a forgivable loan. So up into if you remain the home buyer there for the first time home. I'm sorry, I'm getting my programs mixed up. If you remain there for 10 years, then we forgive the loan at the end of the 10 years. If they move out prior to the 10 years, we collect whatever balance is due. So year 5, half of it may be due, we collect it back. There's a second tier to that if you need major repair, and we've had a number of those where major roof repairs or other structural damage that we will lend up to $100,000 with 3% interest, but that is a loan. You must pay that back, and it's due upon the sale or the death of the home buyer. If they want to pay it off sooner, certainly we encourage that. And then the third component that we added about 2 years ago or so was a mobile home component, because initially our guidelines did not allow for mobile homes. They weren't a qualified property. So the mobile home park component of it, it's $15,000, and that's a grant. We treat mobile homes differently than we do single or primary property, because mobile homes do not appreciate at the same rate or in the same way that real estate property does.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
No, I appreciate this program and especially the inclusion of mobile homes, because I have a mobile home park with many residents who are fixed incomes in that area. But I just wanted to ask a question. So CDBG funds, are those federal, state? Where do we get that from?
It's federal.
So if the federal budget decides to eliminate this expense, how will we fill this gap?
We would come back to you for direction on that. I mean, what we know right now is the Community Development Block Grant Program has been authorized, and so we're confident that we'll be able to offer this at least through the next year. What happens after that remains to be seen. CDBG has experienced strong support from the federal government, so we're hopeful that would be, but if in the event that money wasn't there, we would come back and say, report that those resources were not available, and we would seek direction as to whether or not we continue that through alternative means.
Right, because one of the major priorities of this council is really to prevent homelessness, but also to tackle the homelessness issues that we face in our city. And a lot of our general fund dollars go to that. So naturally, if the federal government continues to cut funding, we would look to the general fund to help replenish that. Is that what you would come back and ask us to do?
Yeah, as we normally do, we would try to find alternative funding, see if there's any other program that would fund it. In the event that it was not there, yes, we would come back and we would say, this is what we offered, these are our metrics, and then ask you whether or not this is something that you would choose to continue and likely out of the general fund.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you guys, because the two of you respond at all hours of the night to many of the residents that I represent in the city of Anaheim, and many of them are either facing homelessness. I know Sandra Lizzo just spoke with somebody this week who was unable to get housing, and she was looking into that issue. But we have moms and with kids who are always facing issues, and I just want to thank you guys for being responsive and coming up with programs like this that help the residents of Anaheim who are lower income escape homelessness and look towards a thriving future for them and their families. So thank you. That I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to ask, with this program, have we ever, I know Habitat for Humanity has a big, robust volunteer base. Are there any with the new administrator, do they have a volunteer component of their program, or how are they going to kind of help assist to get the work done?
Because it is CDBG funded, it does have to be, work has to be done through a licensed contractor. They're boxes that we have to check. I know for other things not related to this program, we have Love Anaheim, and maybe Sandy can expand on that.
Yeah, so when we have some of the applicants that may not be eligible, we do seek other types of nonprofits such as Love Anaheim to help out whatever projects they have to just to bridge that gap. Sometimes they're eligible in some portions of the needs they have and not in others, so then we try and bridge between the two.
Thank you. And maybe with that, or people that, if they're on the waiting list but don't qualify or aren't eligible this year, we can work with Love Anaheim as well as the building trades, and even the business council to try to do smaller projects with them to help some of the families that are bringing their houses up to code.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Can we please vote?
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So we are going to be moving on from our consent calendar to item number 26 on the business calendar.
Mayor, we had item 15.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we already did that. So yes, item number 15, requested by Councilmember Rubicalva. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
So Mr. Morton.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. In keeping with the city's strategic plan, Goal F, the promotion of economic development and tourism, and strategy number 1, exploring of opportunities to maximize the benefits of the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Olympics, for your consideration tonight is the approval of the Games Agreement with the Los Angeles Organizing Committee for the LA 28 Olympic and Paralympic Games, otherwise known as OCOG, or I will use LA 28, to stage Olympic indoor volleyball in the city of Anaheim at the Honda Center. As quick background, in September of 2016, in connection with the city of Los Angeles's application for the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games, the city of Anaheim, as a proposed venue city, provided a letter which set forth certain governing principles and commitments as part of the submitted application questionnaire. Not so shortly thereafter, in September of 2017, Los Angeles was formally awarded not the 2024, but the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games by the International Olympic Committee. In April of 2025, this year, the city and Honda Center were announced as a venue city and setting for all Olympic indoor volleyball for the 2028 Olympic Games. Immediately following the announcement, the city and LA 28 have met regularly and worked collaboratively to complete negotiations on the terms of this Games Agreement. The Games Agreement, the one in front of you tonight, intends to establish the city as an official LA 28 venue city and establish the principles and commitments for the city's participation as a venue city, while also including specific terms and conditions to provide the framework of how the city and LA 28 will work together and coordinate during the Honda Center events. Key elements include outlining the city's role, such as the general process for delivery of standard and enhanced public services, and arranging for the reimbursement of city expenses through a yet-to-be negotiated supplemental agreements. In the next few years, the city and LA 28 will work together to define those city standard and enhanced public services for the indoor volleyball games, which will be formalized in an enhanced city resources master agreement, which is not the agreement in front of you tonight. Additionally, a venue services agreement, so a third agreement, will specify the actual enhanced resources and logistics for the city requirements at and nearby the Honda Center. These two agreements, the Enhanced City Resources Master Agreement and the Venue Services Agreement, will be brought to the City Council for consideration in October of 2026 and 2027, respectively. But here is a rundown of some of the key Games Agreement provisions. The city will provide normal and customary public services within the game's footprint area at its own expense. So the city will run the city as it normally would, as there was no Honda Center event occurring. And these services will be provided by the city at the same level and range as they would should the games not taking place. The city will provide for additional or enhanced public services for the games within the game's footprint at LA 28's expense. I want to say that again. The city will provide for additional public services for the games within the game's footprint, so the area around the Honda Center, at LA 28's expense, not the city's expense. And this will be detailed in the Enhanced City Resources Master Agreement. The city and LA 28 will negotiate and execute a venue services agreement to detail the venue's enhanced city resources, costs, and access rights. So that is a third agreement, which will be an estimate of cost to be reimbursed by LA 28. For advertising space under city control, the city shall assist in the facilitation of only discussions between LA 28 and its media operators. Also, as part of any new hotel development application and after the effective date of this games agreement, the city would require the developer to allow LA 28 to purchase up to 90% of the hotel's inventory for use by games-related stakeholders during the games. The city agrees to not subject the games and/or ticket buyers to any future admission taxes, parking, or taxes related taxes, provided that the city may take any action that is legally required to take in connection with a tax measure put on a ballot pursuant a voter-approved petition. LA 28 and the International Olympic Committee endeavor to promote sustainable development and operations in sports by encouraging and supporting responsible concern for environmental issues, and it is required that the games be conducted in alignment with these values. LA 28 is committed to delivering an inclusive and socially responsible experience for all athletes, fans, partners, and local community during the games. The city will ensure that laws and regulations to control unauthorized street trading within the vicinity of the games will be enforced. The city also agrees to work in collaboration with LA 28 and local, regional, and national business, trade, and service organizations to promote and encourage the charging of regular and customary prices for goods and services for anyone attending the 28 games. And finally, the city will support LA 28 and its applicable partners, including Honda Center, to streamline and provide timely review of all permitting and zoning needs for the games. As stated previously, should the city approve the games agreement, the second agreement that the city will be required to enter into is an Enhanced City Resources Master Agreement to be completed by October 1 of 2026. This agreement will establish terms, service levels, unit costs, rates, repayment timelines, and audit rights for city services at LA 28's expense. Following the city's approval of the Enhanced City Resources Master Agreement, the city and LA 28 will enter into a venue services agreement. This venue services agreement will identify the specific enhanced city resources that will be required for the Honda Center and surrounding games footprint area during the 2028 games and the associated costs for reimbursement. Thank you for your time, and I am available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thanks, Tom, for the staff report. So that was my main question, was the reimbursement. So I guess I have two questions. One, how come we're approving this initial agreement without seeing all of the detail that will benefit our city? So that has to come back. So how does this bind us? And maybe this is a better question for Rob.
So I'm going to take a shot. So Councilmember, thank you for the question. So this agreement sets the baseline of what the city would do without a Honda Center event. So there's a lot of moving parts. The federal government's involved in security issues. So the specifics as to the enhanced component, the labor and equipment that will be required to host volleyball events at Honda Center have not been thoroughly fleshed out as of yet.
Okay. And then what is I see here that you note the 2.5 million for potential revenue from the convention center, food and beverage due to the event. I'm just trying to get a good pulse on what the benefit to our city is. I see the value in bringing the games here, so I just want to make sure it's not going to be a complete strain on our infrastructure. I know it's only 10 days, and the benefits from an economic development side, meaning bringing people from outside of our city to look at all of the wonderful things we have, the OC Vibe project, Disney, the Packing House, our downtown area. Those are all benefits to the small businesses, but how much is it going to cost us to operate this? And on the reimbursement side, when do we expect to get reimbursed?
So Councilmember, thank you for the question. It's actually 15 days of activity. So the Honda Center will be active every day of the Olympics, starting with 4 events a day at the beginning and then kind of working its way down to the final 2 games and the finals for both the men's and women's. In terms of the economic impact is really based on the activity of those coming to the city, whether to stay in hotels or to come and spend money at restaurants or at the Honda Center from a sales tax perspective. The Airmark component, the convention center component may have been an Airmark component from another item. But I can tell you from an economic impact standpoint, Visit Anaheim has already secured a room block of almost 4,000 rooms for LA28. So those are rooms that will be consumed in the resort area. And that doesn't take into consideration, we believe, that some countries' volleyball teams will actually buy out hotels and stay in the resort versus staying at the Olympic Village, which potentially is at UC Irvine.
Do we, and I know the answer to this, but do we possibly enter the area where people could secure rooms and then cancel them and then leave some of our smaller hoteliers with vacancies? Or do we have safeguards in place to prevent that from happening? And I know that probably is at the hotel level, but I assume Visit Anaheim and the convention center are pretty involved in all of the planning if this agreement is coming to the city.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. So in terms of the room block, I haven't seen the room block, but typically it comes with what's called attrition, which is that kind of insurance component. However, the rooms that are outside the block would be at the property level.
And then how will we prepare for the 15 days? I mean, we're not going to hire additional police officers or firefighters or city employees to support the increase in our infrastructure. So what's the plan for that?
So more than likely, we'll certainly maximize the opportunity with Anaheim sworn officers. And in areas where we may not have enough, we will look for support from neighboring cities, all those costs being reimbursed through the city through LA28.
And then who will work on that? Is that something the chiefs will work on with? Okay. And then I just want to make sure that the residents who are within our communities are still getting the same response and support that they would be if we weren't experiencing this. And I'm not complaining about having more people here, but I just want to ensure that we have a plan in place that is not at the detriment of the residents of Anaheim.
So Councilmember, yes, so the enhanced component is where the reimbursement is, and the enhanced would be just that. It would be over and above what the city does on any given day for the residents of the city.
Perfect, and I look forward to seeing that enhancement, and I'm glad to hear that there will be a reimbursement.
Thank you, Council Member. I just wanted to share one thing. I know that Mr. Morton has been very helpful. When I first got elected, we did not have a Olympic group put together. And so Mr. Morton was very helpful in helping me create an organization between all of our county partners, state partners, hoteliers, the resort area, business leaders, transportation, OCTA, Metrolink, because there's just a lot of pieces that we do have to think about before we're dipping our toe into it. But one of the really creative things that came out of it that I know we're working on with Visit Anaheim is doing community watch programs, because not everyone's going to be able to be inside the Honda Center. And so we're going to do some dry runs with the FIFA and World Cup. But we are going to try to make it something that's both inside the Honda Center, but if you don't have a ticket or you're not in that area, we're going to try to create some more community spaces. So I would love everyone's input as we get closer. I know 2028 sounds a little far away, but it's not. It'll be here before we know it. But if anyone has any creative ideas too about, or wants to kind of jump in and help us do creative community spaces, we want to make sure everybody gets involved and has that Olympic fever. I think it's a real honor to have the Olympics in our city. And so I appreciate all of your hard work in taking this initial first step. Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. And I appreciate this agreement that calls for the reimbursement for enhanced services. And I also, recognize that TOT, I'm excited about having the athletes stay in Anaheim, engaging with our community. And I did have some creative ideas. I was talking to some people that had gone to the Paris Olympics, and I guess they had fun zones. And we need a fun zone. And so, yes, but I'm thinking maybe, near the Grove or the stadium or something where we're close to the event, but we're far enough away where we can have the community out there. We can have watch parties. We can have demonstrations. We can hopefully connect athletes and the community and the kids and build Olympic excitement and fever for our community and encourage kids to try new sports and get outside and be athletic. So I'm super excited about having it here, and I think that we can capitalize on it for our community and get reimbursement for the enhanced costs that we'll have. So that's it.
Thank you. With no further questions, would you like to make a motion?
If anybody else wants to make a motion. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Rucola? The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So now we'll move over to our business calendar. Item 26 is a presentation regarding the proposed modification to the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District. City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Assistant City Manager Garcia, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's item is a presentation regarding the proposed modification to the ATID. As you may recall, we did approve a resolution of intent in the end of September. As part of the process moving forward, after that was approved, state law requires us to have a public meeting and a presentation in order to allow additional public testimony that we had during the public comment period earlier this evening. And so with that, I have a short presentation, a truncated presentation from the last resolution of intent item, and we'll go through just a refresher on what we plan to do through the modification and what the next steps are moving forward. So as we went over at the last meeting, we are making certain modifications to the ATID documents. First and foremost, we're seeking to establish a dedicated ongoing funding allocation for workforce housing. And this fund would be directed to the Anaheim Housing Trust and used to support assessed hotels. Further, we're expanding the ATID boundaries to incorporate the existing Viv Hotel, but then also potential hotels along and near Anaheim Boulevard up to Ball Road. We are eliminating an existing exemption for vacation ownership or timeshare units from the assessment. And so in the future, all timeshare projects developed within the district will participate as assessed facilities, thus growing the assessment. We are seeking to eliminate a provision that would change the revenue allocation split between the marketing and transportation funds. It would move from 75-25 to 70-30. In the future, we are eliminating that provision in this modification. We are updating the management plan to clarify the types of activities and services, programs, and improvements anticipated to be funded by the ATID, including the housing program. And then also, we are establishing a housing committee to approve the use of ATID area workforce housing program funds. So as we discussed last time, this is the proposed funding allocation. So we have the ATID assessment. This is a round estimate number of $32 million. Currently, there is 1% that goes towards the administration of the fund, the collection of the funds and distribution. That's 1% today. It has existed since the start of the program. That will continue. And then there's the 9% of the total for ATID workforce housing programs. That's roughly $3 million today. And then the remaining funds would be split amongst the marketing bucket and then the transit and transportation bucket, 75-25. And so those are the amounts and revenue allocations as an example on the right column. We did discuss extending the ATID boundaries, and so this shows in shaded blue area the encompassing the Viv Hotel, and then potential opportunities along Anaheim Boulevard up to Ball Road. And then also there was a discussion about a little triangle south of Disney Way. So during the discussion that was mentioned that should be included, and so we included that little triangle at the very southern end of the blue tip as well. So the governing documents that are being amended, the municipal code, the management plan, and the ATID boundary maps. Also, we are readjusting the list of participating hotels, and then of course, the resolution of formation. So most importantly, the next steps. So we did the first step of the resolution of intent on September 23rd. Tonight is our public meeting to satisfy state law. And then the real show is on the 18th of November. That will be our public hearing, where we will introduce the ordinance, the management plan, and related items. And then also that is the time in which we will tabulate if there are any protest votes. If there are protest votes that constitute over 50% of the payees, then we will not move forward. If it is less than that, then we will move forward. So that will occur on November 18th. And then there will be a second reading, if successful, on 12/9, December 9th. And then we anticipate, if everything moves forward, that the commencement of the ATID allocation funds for the housing program will commence February 1st of 26. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments by council members on item number 26? Okay, seeing none, do we have, oh, sorry, Councilmember Meeks?
I'm just excited to make the motion to move this forward. I think it's
right.
a long time, so I'll make the motion. to approve.
Mayor and City Council, this was just an informational
Oh,
item.
Gosh, I'm so
Sorry to
excited.
steal your thunder, yeah.
Thank you so much. I was happy for you.
Do it.
Yeah, I love it. So we are going to then move on to item number 27, which was an item requested by Councilmember Rubalcaba related to a potential ballot measure. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Attorney Fabella, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight before you are two related items that, if approved, would place general tax measures on the November 2026 ballot for voter consideration. These measures would establish a 3% tourism tax on large entertainment and sporting venues and a 10% parking tax on large privately operated parking facilities in Anaheim. At your September 23rd meeting, Councilmember Rubalcaba requested that staff prepare potential ballot measures for these concepts. The intent is to ask Anaheim voters whether they wish to establish new general taxes that would help support essential city services. If approved tonight, both measures would appear on the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election ballot. Because they are general taxes, the revenues would go into the city's general fund and can be used for any lawful municipal purpose. Next slide at the end. The first measure, the tourism tax proposal, would impose a 3% tax citywide on the admission price paid by patrons of privately owned or operated theme parks and entertainment or sporting venues with a capacity of more than 20,000 people. In Anaheim today, we believe that means ticket sales currently at Disneyland, Disney California Adventure, and Angel Stadium would fall within the category covered by the proposed ordinance. Based on current attendance levels and ticket prices, this measure is estimated to generate between $89 million and $134 million annually. The proposed ballot question, the wording of which is regulated by state statute, reads, shall the city of Anaheim impose a tax equal to 3% of the admission ticket price on patrons of privately owned or operated large, capacity exceeding 20,000 people, theme parks and sports and entertainment events venues, generating $89 million to $134 million annually to be used for general city services such as parks, street maintenance, police, fire, and emergency response, youth senior services, and affordable housing until ended by the voters. Next slide. The second measure would create a 10% tax on parking fees at privately owned or operated facilities with 1,500 or more parking spaces. The tax would be paid by the person parking the vehicle, and the operator of the lot or structure would collect and remit the tax to the city. Staff estimates this measure would generate $19 million to $30 million per year in new general fund revenue. The proposed ballot question reads, shall the city of Anaheim establish a parking tax equal to 10% of the parking fee / charge on patrons who park at privately owned or operated large, capacity exceeding 1,500 vehicles, parking facility events generating $19 million to $30 million annually to be used for general city service such as parks, street maintenance, police, fire, and emergency response, youth senior services, affordable housing, and other quality of life services until ended by the voters. There are parking at hotels already subject to the city's transient occupancy tax would be exempt to avoid double taxation. As presented in the staff report, there are a few important contractual considerations tied to these proposed measures. The city's lease with the Angels includes a clause providing that if the city imposes any ticket, admission, or parking tax based on revenues from the stadium, the team would receive a credit against its rent equal to the amount of that tax. Because of that uncertainty, staff did not include the Angel Stadium revenue in the estimated tax projection. That issue would need to be resolved through agreement with the team or through a court determination. In addition, both development agreements with Disneyland Forward and OC Vibe allow the city to impose citywide taxes that apply generally to categories of development or use, as long as the tax is not directed solely at those projects. We believe that those proposed taxes meet that test. They are citywide and apply to any venue or parking facility meeting the same capacity threshold, but that does not mean that the city is immune from defending lawsuits arguing otherwise. Finally, the city's proposed host agreement with the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Committee requires that no admissions or parking taxes apply to Olympic events. The draft ordinances therefore include a specific exemption for Olympic events held in Anaheim consistent with that contract. If council approves these resolutions tonight, which per our charter must be done with 5 yes votes, staff will work with the registrar of voters to prepare the ballot materials for the November 2026 election. Between now and then, council would be asked later to set the schedule for arguments for and against, and also the timing of the city attorney's impartial analysis. And there will be ample opportunity for community education and voter outreach explaining the proposed measures and their impacts. To address economic issues surrounding a potential tourism and parking tax, I will throw it over to City Finance Director Debbie Moreno.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. We'll begin with a review of the general fund budget and the adopted 5-year forecast, a review of the existing Big 3 revenues, and then take a brief look at funding needs and potential new revenues from the tourism and parking taxes that could offset these needs. The chart before you is a review of the general fund forecast that was adopted for fiscal year 25-26. As a reminder, we are balanced with the use of one-time money, including the balance of the working capital bond proceeds, the $10 million previously set aside for the repayment of debt, and the proceeds from the Hilton parking structure. We're still estimating that LPMR would be paid off in April 2027. However, even with the earlier payoff, there are some risks that could upset the balance of the 5-year forecast. This plan does not include any labor agreements beyond those that have already been approved, nor does it contemplate the risk of an economic recession. We'll quickly go over the adopted fiscal year 26 budget as a refresher. The general fund is the main repository of tax revenues and discretionary sources of funding. Our big three revenues, transient occupancy, sales and use tax, and property tax, make up 74% of the general fund revenue sources. The largest pieces is transient occupancy tax, or TOT, at 39%. Sales and use tax makes up 18%, and property makes up 17%, with business license fees, permits, other revenues, and transfers making up the remaining balance. Now we'll go over an outlook for the big three. The adopted TOT budget for fiscal year 25-26 is approximately $247 million, or 39% of the general fund operating sources. The resort area accounts for 97%, or $238 million of the TOT revenue received. Visitors to Anaheim pay a tax of 15% on hotel, motel, and short-term rental stays of 30 days or less. TOT is our largest revenue source for the general fund and is driven by visitors to the Anaheim Resort. This supports services to our community that would otherwise need to be funded by taxes on Anaheim residents if they weren't paid by visitors. The adopted sales and use tax budget for fiscal year 25-26 is $115 million, or 18% of the general fund operating sources. The resort area accounts for 28%, or roughly $33 million of the sales tax revenue received. Sales and use tax is a tax applied to the sale of tangible personal property. The tax rate in Anaheim is 7.75% of retail sales. The city receives 1% of every dollar spent in Anaheim. Anaheim has a diverse and balanced economy. About 30% comes from general retail, and the remaining 70% is shared amongst equally among the food, transportation, construction, and business-to-business categories. The adopted budget for property tax for 25-26 is approximately $111 million, or 17% of the general fund operating revenues. All real and tangible personal property in the state is subject to the property tax equal to 1% of the value, and our share is approximately 20% of that. The balance is shared amongst other local taxing entities, including counties, schools, and special districts. So we've talked about where the revenue comes from. Where do we spend our money? Over 64% of our expenditures go to keeping us safe, which includes police and fire and is typical of local government. Labor expenditures of $372 make up nearly 70% of the general fund budget, as indicated in the chart on the right, and includes full and part-time salaries, overtime, and associated benefit costs, including medical, dental, workers' comp, and retirement. While the 5-year forecast is balanced with the use of reserves, it does not contemplate the threat of recession or any risk that could have the deficit to grow and fund balances to dip below the minimum policy level. Any revenue loss associated with a recession could also compromise the projected payoff of the LPMR revenue bonds. For illustrative purposes, the first table is an estimate of what the impacts to the big three revenues could be if there is a recession. We're not saying that there will be a recession or that this will result in a 1% decline. We're just providing an example to demonstrate the magnitude of potential losses. The table includes the projected loss of budgeted revenue growth, as well as the amount of each 1% contraction should a recession occur. The 1% can be factored to estimate lesser or greater declines or even potential gains. The citywide classification and compensation study and expiring memorandum of understanding with several labor groups bring added risk to the 5-year forecast. Just like revenues, 1% is provided to demonstrate the magnitude and can be used to factor the impact of different scenarios. The 5-year forecast does not include any salary adjustments beyond what is contractually obligated in the current agreements. Salary amounts negotiated more than 1% would have a proportionally greater effect. In addition to the revenue losses associated with the potential recession, including labor costs related to the citywide class and comp study or expiring labor agreements, there's also a risk of federal spending cuts that could directly impact Anaheim. So this 5-year forecast scenario includes all the changes we know today. So this is increases to dispatcher salaries, the just approved firefighter, Anaheim firefighter agreement, and the safer grant revenue for our new firefighters. And this demonstrates the potential impact of all groups received 5% a year and the effects of those increases on our general fund reserves. The city strives to maintain a minimum unrestricted fund balance of 7 to 10% of general fund budgeted expenditures to moderate any revenue losses and maintain core services during times of economic hardship. In the scenario shown here, the minimum reserve level would fall below 7 to 10% policy in year 2. Note that in this scenario, our reserves would never go above where they are today, and a structural deficit would return in year 5 of this forecast scenario. While we have a long-standing policy of maintaining minimum reserves at 7 to 10% of ongoing expenditures, GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends that governments that are more dependent on volatile revenue sources may need to maintain a higher level of unrestricted fund balance. The pandemic exposed our reliance on TOT, but the impact was mitigated by the LPMR transfer. With the payoff of the resort bonds, the volatility of TOT becomes a greater risk to our financial health and calls for us to reevaluate the city's minimum fund balance policy. This chart is a reminder of the reliance of the city on the resort area based on today's revenues and estimated costs. In total, more than $302 million is expected to flow into Anaheim Resort this year, which is approximately 63% of the general fund's tax revenues and is comprised of TOT, sales, property taxes, and business license fees. The surplus of more than $140 million generated by the Anaheim Resort represents 27% of the general fund's ongoing expenditure budget, which is available to provide core city services. This slide outlines the remaining LPMR payments, assuming the payoff in spring of 2027. So as you can see here, the annual value of LPMR in fiscal year 2026 is just above 114 million, and next year it would have been close to 120 million. This is a look at the remaining general fund debt after the resort bonds retired. Repayment of these debt obligations would free up nearly 24 million per year for other purposes. All, some, or none could be paid off early. The benefit is that it provides resources that could be redirected to the community from now and into the future. Addressing deferred maintenance, expanding infrastructure, and adding amenities are priorities in the strategic plan. A new senior center or community center would each cost between 10 to 25 million, depending on the size of the facility, with annual operating costs of at least $800,000 per year. A new pool or aquatic center would cost approximately 20 to 25 million and would also bring ongoing operating costs. Corridor beautification and pavement improvement is estimated at 40 million per year combined. And finally, deferred maintenance would require an additional 50 million investment and 10 million a year per year thereafter. Under the goal of promoting public safety and in alignment with the City Council's top priorities, we've included Station 13. The estimated cost of the station is approximately 20 million with ongoing operating expenses of 3.8 million annually. This could include a fire and ambulance company at cost of 3.8 million annually and one-time cost of 1.5 million to purchase and outfit the apparatus. On the police side, a new police headquarters is estimated at $350 million, with annual debt service costs of $35 million. We also included the cost to add an additional 10 officers to support the city's goal of maintaining a safe city, which would be about $3.2 million per year with one-time costs of $800,000 for vehicles and equipment. Now we'll look at the revenue opportunities as requested by Councilmember Rubalcava. This slide shows how much voter-approved tourism and parking tax could generate. We looked at current admission prices for entertainment venues and their published attendance rates. We had to make some assumptions, so we've included a 20% margin of error. Assuming a 3% tax on admissions, the city could generate anywhere from 89 to 134 million annually. A parking tax could generate 19 to 30 million for total taxes estimated at 108 to 164 million. Implementation of voter-approved entertainment taxes would increase the city's reliance on revenues generated by the resort. Additionally, these are locally administered taxes and would require the city to implement and administer, which would bring some associated costs. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. I want to turn it back to Councilmember Rubalcava, as this was her item. Would you like to lead us off with any questions or comments? And then if anyone else has questions or comments, please ring in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Aiken. I first want to thank staff for just really coming to the table and providing all of this information. As a policymaker for the city of Anaheim, it really is my responsibility to ensure that we have a properly funded general fund for the residents of Anaheim, including the people who work for our city. So I wanted to take the opportunity to really go through the budget and identify the reasons why an initiative like this makes sense for our city. It's not just taxing for the sake of taxing. I am the last person who would like to do something like that. But I will also just mention to my council colleagues, we did explore other options, which included a sales tax, and I'll ask Director Moreno to highlight some of that if she has that information with her. And we also looked at a utility tax, which other cities have. Thankfully, the residents of Anaheim, as well as the businesses, are not burdened with additional taxes on the sales tax side. As Director Moreno mentioned, we have a 7.75 sales tax in the city of Anaheim, and we don't have an additional tax, which is good for the residents when they go to the grocery store or to buy a top for their daughter at Target or buy a car in our city. We want to encourage that kind of economic development, not discourage it. So that was one of the things we looked at. We also looked at a utility tax. A utility tax would have a direct negative impact on residents here. We have a 30 to 40%, Dooku's here. I think our utilities are 30 to 40% lower than our surrounding cities who utilize other energy companies for their lights, electricity, water, and some of those other benefits. So as a resident who not only has several family members who live in the city, it's important that we protect our economic viability for the residents here so they can continue to thrive in our city. The other thing that we explored was this ticket tax. The person who sat in my seat possibly back in a couple years ago maybe had different intentions behind a tax like this. It was probably to harm our largest employer, but that's not the intention behind this. It's really to leverage some of our local economy that's really driving development here. This is something that Rob can weigh in on, but we also looked at whether or not this is a tax on business or a tax on the consumer. So we chose for this to be a tax on the consumer so it would not have a direct negative impact on Disney and or other large events and tourism attractions here in our city. The difference, if it was a business tax, they would be required to pay us a minimum amount regardless of whether or not people visited. With this tourism tax, the way it's structured, it's just like the TOT. So it's paid for by the visitor or the person who is buying the general admission ticket or any ticket to an event like this, and they would then tender their tax on this issue or on this on the ticket they are purchasing. On the parking side, the reason why it made a lot of sense, and this isn't a surprise, if anybody was here during the Disney Forward discussion, one of the things I mentioned in a public meeting to the then President Ken Potrock was it would be great if they could work with us on an assessment on the parking structure, because the residents of Anaheim did sacrifice for 40 years to allow the TOT revenue from the general fund to pay down that debt. And thankfully, that'll be paid down in a couple of years. And I did not think it was unreasonable for us to benefit from that investment on the city side. So unfortunately, they were unwilling to look at it on an assessment, a self-assessment. So that is why I'm now coming to my council colleagues to ask you to please consider all of the impacts that this would have. And I will say this. This is not personal. This is absolutely business. Our businesses have to do what's right for their business model. So if that includes increasing their prices, and I do wonder if some of the trade groups that came here tonight to mention the impact that we would have by increasing or putting a tax on some of these tickets, I do wonder if you reach out to some of these businesses who raise their prices and also oppose their implementation of an increase because it might have a negative direct impact on your business. I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen. So I'm asking everybody here tonight to come with an open mind and really understand the impact that something like this could have on the residents of Anaheim. It's not about ego, it's about impact. So today, I'm just asking us to really enter this discussion with an open mind. There's flexibility. This is something I worked on and brought to council for discussion. It doesn't necessarily have to be 3%, but I would like to start that conversation. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my council colleagues.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I'm going to start off with Council Member Kurtz and then Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
I have some questions regarding the budget, our finances. And I guess my first question is, are we in financial trouble?
That's not at all what I was indicating. We have a structural deficit that will be resolved with the LPMR payoff.
Thank you.
So,
are we, as staff, the city manager and his staff, talking about decreasing programs, decreasing hours of our libraries or community centers?
No, we are not.
Are we talking about closing any of those?
No, we are not.
Are you considering talking about a hiring freeze?
We are not.
Any layoffs considered?
No.
Okay. It's mentioned that you explored other options and talked about other options, but we haven't had an opportunity to take a look at other options and explore them. As a council, we haven't taken a look at that. Am I correct, or did I miss something along the way?
No, we haven't taken a look. And I think the fact of the matter is I brought this initiative because the other options would have a negative impact on residents and also the businesses, because they would then be subjected to the increase in sales tax. So that was right. It's not here today.
Okay. I mean, and that is one person's opinion.
But we could
didn't have a
absolutely
chance to
explore that
discuss that.
option.
We've discussed, and you mentioned reliance on the resort area, and you mentioned a couple of times possibility of a recession. I think during a recession, one of the very first things that happen or it's affected is discretionary spending. I guess I'd offer that a visit to a resort, to Disneyland, a stay at the hotel is one of the first things that would be crossed out of a family's budget. And so that, and we learned, dramatically impacts our resort area, our TOT, our sales tax. And we figured, and I can't, 60 to 67% of our general fund is a result of TOT, sales tax, items coming out of the resort area. if we were to have these increases, what percent of our general fund would be reliant on the resort area?
Just alone with, once the LPMR pays off, so with it's roughly 27% of our budget today with the excess from the surplus from the resort. So that would essentially then double that number. And that's before any new items. So, you're probably approaching 70, 80% reliant.
Reliance on one industry in our city.
Correct.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I'll let my other council members ask the questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Director Moreno, can you go back to slide 16? So this, I believe you're showing, is the excess revenue that the resort generates for the city. And that, I mean, you can say that the resort not only pays its fair share, it pays for its enhanced maintenance, it pays for its enhanced police and fire service, it pays for all those things, and then it spends off this revenue to the city for our general fund uses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That right there is something that I just want to make sure everybody understands. The resort area is contributing significantly to our general fund. And if I saw a nexus between what it was costing us and what it was giving us, I would be more inclined to say, okay, we need to figure out a formula that makes them pay their fair share. But they're paying their fair share, and now we're suggesting punishing them for that and saying, no, you need to pay more because we need money over here for other things that you have nothing to do with. And that just philosophically doesn't feel right to me. As you all know, I'm old and been around for a long time. But when we first did all the work in the resort, we did the bonds and all that, there was a lot of discussion as to how we were going to fund that. And the decision was to do it through TOT because that did not hit our residents. And it was, could have been other taxes or other ways to do it, but TOT just hits the visitors. And it's been a very successful program for us. And I think that that's something that I would like to continue to embrace, is that when we look at, charges in the resort that serve our city in other ways, I think that we've got it through our TOT. So I don't see an nexus. The way that I would like to raise TOT is through more heads in beds, right? That's where we get our money. And to do that, I think our policies should encourage growth, encourage new hotels, and encourage people coming to our resort. And I don't think this policy does that. So it's just, like I said, contrary to kind of my philosophy on how we raise revenue, even if we're just looking at the resort. I want to build things that welcome more people here, that create a destination world-class, like nothing else, like better than world-class, nothing else in the world, and welcome people here, put those heads in beds, and create an increased revenue that way. And I know when we talked, you said in your revenue projections, you did not include any growth in hotels from OC Vibe and the resort. Is that correct, from Disneyland Forward?
That's correct, because it's still tentative on timing, so
Right.
we'll know more in the coming years.
And I understand that, but I think, in my mind, you know, if we encourage those things to happen and create policies that allow those things to happen sooner than later, that's a way to increase our revenue outlook and our budget projections. So, I mean, I really want to thank Councilmember Rubalcaba for bringing this issue forward. It's something that I've been talking about for a while, that I wanted to look at our long-term revenue. Let's look at our 5-year plan. I know we have this short-term cash flow shortfall that we need to address, but what does it look like long-term? Well, how are we going to allocate these additional revenues when the bonds get paid off? I think it's an important discussion to have. I think we should continue to have it, and we should continue to explore options for enhanced revenues. But I also think that as our fiduciary responsibility, we need to look at revenue enhancements that also diversify our revenues. I think having that just on the resort's back, just counting on tourism, puts us at risk. As you noted, you know, it's a little bit risky there. So what can we do citywide? How can we promote the Canyon area to bring in more businesses? How can we drive some better sales tax revenues? Those are types of things that we need to do. And once again, that's not what this policy does here. So unfortunately, I can't support this, but I do welcome the discussion and the continued discussion on, you know, what our budget looks like over the next 5-10 years and how we can achieve our needs and our wants. The only other thing that I will mention, and it's an issue that, you know, has puzzled me for a while, is our police officers are working a lot of overtime. Do you know how many hours of overtime PD uses a year?
Currently, it's over 100,000. This last year was 106,000 overtime hours in the general fund.
So it seems to me, and I do not want to burn out our police officers. They have very difficult jobs, and when they're on the job, I want them to be sharp. So I would like to look at a policy of hiring more officers and reducing that overtime number. And I was kind of waiting until we got the new chief on to have those staffing and personnel discussions. But I mean, it seems like it's something, if we're already paying $100,000 in overtime, seems like we can hire some more officers instead of pay time and a half to the ones that we have and burn them out. So that's a side note, not necessarily for today's vote, but something I would like to look at. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Moss?
Thank you, Mayor. Just some initial thoughts and questions. There was a comment or some headlines read earlier this evening, and I just want to make a note that I don't make decisions, and I don't think we should govern based on headlines. We should always make decisions on what's best for our residents, both short-term and long-term. The number 20,000, I don't know, can anybody tell me how that was picked out versus a higher number that may include Honda Center? I don't know who I should direct this question to, but how did 20,000 get?
You're referring to the threshold in
Sorry,
which
yes.
the admission tax.
Yeah.
I'd refer that to the council member who.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. So the logic behind that is the 20,000 is a threshold that would impact larger businesses. And I say larger businesses, the patrons that are visiting. It's not a direct impact on the business. But with the Honda Center, we do have a lot of local residents who are going to Ducks games or to concerts, and they're already overburdened with a lot of additional fees. So I don't know if anybody's bought a ticket, but Ticketmaster is about 60% an increase to the cost of a ticket. So that really was the thought behind it. They're not leveraging our infrastructure daily like other larger businesses are who have a direct negative impact on our residents and the resources that we have. So that really was the reason for that.
Thank you. And it does, it's referred to as a tourism tax, but are Anaheim residents excluded from this tax?
I'm happy to explore what it would look like to exclude Anaheim residents. It's not in here at this point, but I wanted to bring it as big as it could be, and then council could review it and come up with ideas that would, and I'm happy to include that.
Thank you. I'm always open to creative solutions for our budget challenges. I'm most interested in diversifying our revenue streams. So I'm really interested in attracting businesses to our canyon. I'm excited about the development on the horizon. I do have a concern that this may slow that development. I think we have the best park in the world and Disney's best asset, but the reality is that they do have other places where they could invest, whether it's Orlando, Paris, Tokyo. I'm missing several parks, I'm sure, but not to mention cruise lines. So as a business, I expect they will make decisions in the best interest of their shareholders and their business. And I don't know if creating this tax and environment would be what we're looking for when it comes to investment here in Anaheim. The world feels really upside down right now in general. In Anaheim, the future feels really bright based on everything on the horizon. And my concern is that this would kind of stymie or delay that. So that's where I'm at this moment. I do still have an open mind, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva, you had chimed in, but I don't know if you...
I did. Yeah, so Debbie, can you do me a favor and go back to slide 15? So here you mentioned this forecast includes a 5% labor increase. And let's face it, right? Labor increases are more than 5% for the most part because we have a class and comp study coming out, which will correct some of the lower paid employees in Anaheim. How many employees do we have in the city of Anaheim? Yeah, it's 2,700. So we have about 2,700 city employees, which hasn't really grown. I have a couple figures I just want to share with my council colleagues really quick. Let me pull them up. So in Anaheim, over the last 10 years, we have, in 2010, our city employee base was 2,001 employees. Now we have 2,168. That's only an 8% increase. Our residents have only increased by 1%, and that could be because the cost of living is a little bit high. Total workforce in Anaheim has risen by 3%. Our visitors to Anaheim have grown by 29%. So in 2010, our visitor base was 20 million, and now we have 25.8 million. And I do agree that we're grateful to have the resort because if we didn't, we'd be Stanton or other cities who have challenges with their budget. But the fact of the matter is our hotels are not at capacity. And we hear from many of our smaller hoteliers that they're not getting the benefit that other larger hoteliers are, and they are suffering. A lot of them we have recovered from the pandemic. And thankfully so because we're a tourism economy. But I would just highlight to my council colleagues here, this is a diversified revenue stream. The TOT is only on hotels. It does not include any other admissions fees. So that would be a diversification of our revenue stream. It would be on people who are coming here for the day, utilizing our roads, our highways, drinking our water, going to utilizing our parks when they do come here. I live by Pearson Park. There's many people who are staying in some of the surrounding STRs or short-term rentals for those of you who don't know what an STR is, and they're utilizing our city services, including parking on our streets, which includes street sweeping and other amenities. So I hear what you're saying about the diversification of revenue, but I do see this as a diversified revenue stream. Yes, it may be coming out of the resort, but that may not be the case forever. It could come out of the canyon if we're able to get a larger business with a capacity of that size. But back to the forecast, Debbie, so after the LPMR, which is the bond that was taken out to pay down the Mickey and Friends structure, do we have a deficit?
After the bonds are retired, no, we have a positive budget situation.
And then what about in 2029?
Only under a 5% scenario could we see a structural deficit, but those are choices that could be made.
So do you see that we would not pay our employees what they should be earning as the largest city in the county of Orange, the economic engine for the local economy for the state? Would we not pay our employees what they should be earning? So, I mean, do you anticipate that we'd pay them any less than 5%?
That's a policy decision.
Exactly, and we are the ones looking at policy, and I hear many of my colleagues often say, do we have enough money in our general fund to ensure the quality of services? Can you also now go to the slide that shows the different items that we would use to fund some of these things based on our strategic planning? Wait, and I'm sorry, can you go back to the one slide where I think one of the council members pointed out the 100 million, the next one, or before that? So this 140 million, can you explain that to me again and where it's currently located in the budget? That's the 37% of TOT?
Yes, it's currently in the budget in the general fund section. On page page 59. So this is something we've published for a number of years. So what we have done is taken a look at all our revenue sources, our tax revenues, and by geocodes identified which are in the resort. So 97% of the transient occupancy comes from the resort, 28% of sales and use tax comes from the resort, 15% of property tax comes from the resort, 16% of business license tax. And then we have some Disney fees for public safety. And then we apply what the debt service cost is for the current year. It was estimated the LPMR would be LPMR and other debt for the resort expansion or convention center expansion is $128 million. We look at public safety costs. So we've looked at calls for service within the resort compared to the rest of the area. We've included a component, 6% of general government supporting services that we allocate to the resort, and then other upkeep. We've even counted streetlights.
So just to kind of explain this slide, the uses, the 162 million is it's TOT.
The uses is what we spend. So it's debt service and keeping us safe primarily.
So then we have 140.8 million
left over from the 300.
Okay. But that's in the general fund.
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify what that slide is. It's not like, oh, we have so much more money. That's great. And it's all in the resort because that's how our city was designed. It was designed to generate our economic impact with the resort, but I don't think it was designed to kind of at the detriment of the residents. So that's my point here, is I see it as a diversified revenue stream if we're not reliant on our hotels. I do agree that it's great to have Visit Anaheim, but we haven't seen a lot of movement with them to get more beds and heads. That is ideal. We would love that, but it's not gonna pay the bills. And so we have a $65 million deficit now. So if the LPMR is paid off, it'll be about $120 million, depending on how good the TOT revenue does. So that means $65 million of it is pretty much spent already on existing expenses. Is that correct?
Actually, it's a bit more than that based on some of the adjustments we've already seen this year.
Is that 70 million? Can you go to that slide, please?
We want the adjusted for this year. So the current deficit this year is 100, or we're estimating at 70, almost 72 million.
72 million, okay. And is that because the TOT isn't performing at the rate that it should be?
No, we are still assuming that we hit our budget. This is strictly because of expenses.
Okay. And then these expenses are in place because we, as a council, have decided that there are certain policies that we would like to implement so that our city can continue to thrive, including some of our homeless outreach and some of the housing initiatives. I'm just going to highlight that these are council initiatives that we would like to see funded. So like I mentioned, this is a diversified revenue stream that I think would be something that we should at least allow our residents to decide whether or not it's something they would be able to support. If you can go now, Debbie, to the slide that shows all of the different capital improvement projects based on strategic plan. When was our strategic planning? Was that in about a year and a half ago? So last February, 2 years ago. So 2 years ago as a council, we decided that we were going to focus on some of these strategic plan capital improvement projects. And like Debbie highlighted, many of these projects are things that are important to people who are sitting behind this dais in order to serve the residents of Anaheim. We have the senior center and community center, which is 10 to 25 million. I know that's a priority of a couple people here. Public pool aquatic center, 20 to 25 million. Our deferred maintenance, which is roads, highways, tree trimmings. These are things that are important to the people who I represent. And we're doing a lot of construction in our city right now. That's ongoing expenses are 10 million annually. We also have corridor beautification, which is a big deal because as people are coming into our city and not staying in hotels, but potentially driving here and staying or parking in the structure and visiting, they are being welcomed into corridors that are not pretty. I represent, now it's beautiful, but I do represent a district that's right off of a main arterial freeway, the 91, where people might come off on Harbor and drive through there, and it was not a beautiful sight to see. So I don't really think that's something that we want to bring our visitors to. When they come to Anaheim, they should feel safe across the entire city and not just at the resort. So I really want to make sure that my council colleagues understand how important this is. And I do agree that I am grateful that we have the economic engine that we do, but it's really hard for me to understand the argument that this would deter development or hurt business when it's really not a negative impact on their bottom line. A traveler coming here and spending $4, I mean, they could reduce their prices if they really start to see that it has a negative impact, but they are focused on making sure their shareholders are taken care of, and our most important shareholders are the residents of Anaheim. So I think that even if we don't think this is a diversified revenue stream, we should at least allow the voters to decide if we want to send it to the voters and it's 1% or 2%. I just really think that we should think this through. Love the Canyon idea, but we've been behind this dais, some of us 3 years, and we haven't seen any movement that has generated a lot of revenue from the Canyon. So I'm open to other ideas, but I just think that I'm not the kind of policymaker that waits until we're in an economic crisis, but I do see the writing on the walls, and I do think that we need to be proactive so that we don't have to turn to possibly laying off employees or cutting off our tree trimming schedule, which we were able to increase more, or letting go first responders, or delaying development of a fire station. So I just think that we should be proactive. Anaheim seems to have been a city of minimums. So we are a minimum city. So if we can get by, that's what we've been able to do. But the more revenue that we have, the more that we can do for the residents of Anaheim, especially on the community services side. I don't know about you guys, but when we look at the budget, community services has the least amount, but they do the most work. So I just wanted to keep that all on your radar. I know you don't see this as a diversified revenue stream, but it really is because it's not hitting our hotels. We had somebody from the Hotel Association up here saying how people would stop staying in hotels, and I don't agree with that. This is not an increase to the TOT. This is an increase to a non-burdened admissions ticket or parking. So I just wanted to highlight that fact.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless, and then back to Councilmember Hertz.
Thank you. I'm going to take maybe a little bit different approach. In terms of diversified revenue, I'll just ask this. If Disneyland were to close down, what is the estimated tax revenue from this bond, or from this ballot measure?
That information I don't have, or do we have, we do have that, right? One moment. I was concerned about confidentiality, but I think we've got this all from public sources. So it's all. It's, yep. So the tourism tax would be zero without Disney.
Okay. So the next question I'd like to ask is, and I'm curious, I see here that we've got the tourism tax, we've got the parking tax, both with an assumed approximately 20% margin of error. So I'm just curious, how do we estimate the low and the high? And then is the 20% error reflected between the 89 million to the 134 million, or is it also included? So if we go 20% of 89, it would decrease that number or increase the high?
We used publicly available documents to make some assumptions, and we estimated what that amount would be. And then from there, we added 20% and deducted 20% on the admissions piece, just because there are a bunch of assumptions, so we don't know if we're going to get that right. So for example, this includes Disneyland and Disney California. And so for those theme parks, we use the current ticket pass holder pricing as of the 21st of October, including the single day park hopper and Magic Key passes. We use the 2023 theme index attendance estimates, and we assume that 50% of the visitors are Magic Key pass holders, assume 25 are single park, and 25% are park hopper tickets. So we took that and we said add 20%, that's the high end, minus 20%, that's the low end.
So I apologize, that was pretty quick for me. I was trying to write some stuff down, but so I think what I heard was you're taking attendance for 2023?
Yes, I believe that's the most recent publicly available information.
And so I don't know what that number is, but let's say it's just 20 million. You said 50% of that 20 million is using the ticket pass holder?
Yes.
So I'm just curious, when we get to the 20 million in attendance, I'm just guessing, I don't know this, but when Disney records an entry through their gate, it's not necessarily a paid entry if it is a pass holder. Is that right?
Correct. We're assuming that it's paid on the pass value.
So in that case, then so you deducted the 20 million by 50%, which would get us to 10 million. And so then you took the 10 million and assumed that a ticket holder pass was $100, and then that's how you came with the estimate for where we're at?
Yes, we took all the available pricing information.
So this could, I mean, we've got 20% in here, but it sounds to me like it could possibly be more than 20%. So we don't really know what the actual dollar amount here is going to be.
That's the best reasonable estimate we could come up with. And various folks have looked at some of the assumptions and find them to be reasonable.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to point out is that I believe my colleague to be correct. I think that in 2 years, we will be in a surplus, and then another 2 years after that, it's possible we may not be in the surplus anymore. I do believe that to be true. And I've noticed also up here that, we're saying we want all of these wonderful things, and don't get me wrong, we think we all absolutely do want these things. But I think what we're missing a little bit in this discussion tonight is we also have to look at the expense side of the city budget and figure out where we are in expenses as well as a revenue stream that's coming in. And when I look at this, if you tell me that we're going to increase the city budget by $100 million, just by looking at this, we are through that $100 million in 2 years. And that didn't include necessarily, hiring any more PD or any public infrastructure that's there. So, I mean, I get that we're there, but we have to, I think at the same time, we have to take a look at expenses that are out there. I mean, I'll give you just 2 quick examples. I think, and maybe Debbie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we're paying the bank fee on a credit card transaction. And so what I mean by that is if a class, let's say, is $20, we end up eating, 1.2 to 2% roughly on a bank fee for that credit card transaction. That could possibly be, a form of revenue that gets passed on in terms of the bank fee to the resident, which would generate more additional funds for us. Another thing that we looked at here a while back ago, and I can only tell you this because I'm in the industry, but the phones that we have on our desks here at City Hall is some outdated equipment. And I know that if we speed up the priority factor in getting those replaced and into the new system, I think what I heard that night was, the city's going to benefit by about $300,000 per year. But I mean, it's those small examples, it's those small things that I think we have to look at the same exact time. So that's my comments for right now. I have maybe a few more after I hear something else, but I'll let somebody else chat.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Leon.
Okay, I have, this is noted as a citywide entertainment and parking tax. I'm a little confused at how it would work with the stadium, and I know people have tried to explain it, but can you explain to me, I go to the stadium, I purchase a ticket, it would have a tax on it, my parking fee would have a tax on it, the Angels collect it, and then what happens?
I think that's to be determined, to be honest, how that would work, because we do have a unique situation with Angel Stadium, and so how we would arrange that situation where there to be a parking or admission tax would to be determined. But I think that the provision that's in the 1996 lease is intended to essentially make the Angels whole, where they'd be charged a parking or admissions tax in the future. How we would do that, I think, is to be determined.
Because I was looking at it, or thinking about it, and thinking, okay, and just making up these numbers, I pay $20 for a ticket, and I get an extra $1 of tax, so I pay $21. They collect it, they give $1 back to the city, or it's collected tax, so they give the $1 to the city, then we give it back to the Angels, and now they're $1 richer.
I don't think that's the intent of that provision, right? So that's why I'm saying I think that's to be determined how we would actually do that. I mean, I know when this issue came up back in 2022, there was talk about getting that $1 back to the patron. But I would think that we would figure out some arrangement with them like we do sometimes with other situations that are a little bit unusual in our tax code to ensure that the intent of the arrangement we have with them is secured.
So
how
we don't know
they
what
do that,
we're
we
gonna
don't know. We would not know at this point how we would do that.
And the intent is that it doesn't affect the Angels. So am I safe in assuming that the only entity it affects is Disney and its parking?
Yeah, I mean, there's also, it's mentioned in the staff report, and to the extent we were to get into a deeper dive into this issue, it'd probably better discussion in closed session. But there's other arguments that surround that issue that, again, it's not reasonable to include the revenues from the Angel Stadium as part of the overall revenues for the city. but it doesn't mean it's out of the question, and we would look at different arguments once this became a reality as to whether or not the provision in the Angel Stadium applies to this situation, and if it does, how do we implement that?
So I'm puzzled, and how do we vote on something we don't know? Because if it's single entity affected, is there in fact a state law that prohibits us from taxing a single entity?
Not necessarily, but there is the agreements we have with both OC Vibe and with Disneyland 4 that require applicable taxes to be citywide, which, like we said, both in the staff report and in my verbal presentation, is subject to some interpretation. So, we would argue that this is a citywide tax. I'm sure they would raise another argument, and then we'd fight that fight at some later point.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few questions. Debbie, on this slide, can you re-explain this slide for me? What does annual debt service mean? How does that relate to the numbers that are inside the circles on this slide? Can you delve a little bit deeper in detail?
Certainly. So if we take the community center or the senior center, so one of those facilities is going to cost somewhere between 10 and 25 million. So we could either pay for it all at one time, or if you wanted to bond, we would assume that annual debt service might run about 10% of the total cost. So then annually it would cost between 1 and 2.5 million just for the facility, and then roughly 800,000 for programming, staffing, maintenance, things like that for each of the facilities.
Okay, and is that something that you would recommend if we wanted to move forward with these, so that instead of having to pay $25 million for a new senior center, we could potentially look at 1 or 2.5 million to pay for that over time?
It's again, a policy decision based on all the things you want to do, what the interest rate environments are, and so that's going to be a policy decision.
Okay, thank you. Greg, do you have any information, or do we have any information as to potentially what other cities are currently facing? I know you can't speak in detail about other cities necessarily, but what are sort of the financial situations in comparison?
Yeah, and I'm sure many of you have read reports of our neighboring cities and cities across California, frankly, or the country, all dealing with rising costs and revenues that aren't necessarily keeping up. So we're not alone in having a structural deficit. I know other cities around us have a structural deficit. I think a lot of us have heard about Orange. They're dealing with a significant deficit currently. Santa Ana as well. They have an expiring sales tax that's going to hit them pretty hard, and so they're trying to strategize and figure out how to deal with that when that comes. Huntington Beach and Fullerton also each dealing with their own deficit situations, and so I think and hearing from the League of Cities as well, it's kind of like a wave washing over a lot of the local cities, just dealing with rising costs. Now everyone has different strategies on how to deal with that. But I can tell you, I'm not aware of any city that has a situation like ours where we have an LPMR payoff coming that is going to, basically reverse our structural deficit and turn it into a positive overnight in 27. I think many cities around us who are dealing with their own issues would love to have our situation, to be perfectly honest, and have a payoff like we have coming. They need to look at new strategies, new revenues. Right now, we have a payoff that's coming that doesn't necessarily necessitate that today, but as has been discussed, something that we can look at in the future. So yeah, I again, to your point, I don't want to get into the individual budgets of every single city around us because I'm not familiar exactly with with their exact number and their exact strategies, but I just do know that is definitely a pattern that is starting to hit cities all over. And we're uniquely positioned over the next couple years to deal with our situation. And it'll be interesting to see how cities around us deal with their situations.
Thank you. You mentioned when the LPMR bonds get paid off, that we are essentially going from a structural deficit to a budget surplus. Can you remind me what that surplus could potentially be?
So based on the adopted budget, I think it was roughly 60-some million. So that, yeah, 65. So I think now that's going to be somewhere 60-ish million the year after we pay off. So.
And Jim, have we made any decisions as to how we're going to spend those surplus funds?
We have not. That will be part of a strategic plan discussion that we plan on having on November 18th.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. As it relates to this that we're currently discussing, are there any oversight mechanisms or any reporting that could assure or ensure residents that can ensure residents how this revenue is used? I know that the ballot language has the potentials of what it could be spent on, but is there any plan as part of the ballot as to what specifically it would be spent on? And then is there an oversight mechanism as part of this in relation to that?
It would have to be for general fund. The ballot language reflects what other similar ballot measures do in explaining what general fund dollars can be used for. But otherwise, if you make it, applicable to certain purposes, whatever they may be, it becomes potentially a special tax and requires a 2/3 vote. It can be done, but it has a higher threshold to pass.
So then, as it is right now, there wouldn't necessarily be a guarantee as to how these additional revenues would be spent? It would be up to the discretion as to who's up here on the dais?
That's correct.
So would it be fair to say that if this were to go to voters, if this were to get approved, that there really is no guarantee that we're going to be spending all these funds on 70 new officers, or we're going to spend this on all the community services? I mean, is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say under the current proposal, which is intended to be a general tax and therefore go into the general fund. To the extent that the council wants to spell out specifics on where the additional funds should go, then you're crossing the line into a special tax, which you can do, but it does require a 2/3 vote for approval.
What would that be for the city of Anaheim?
What would what be?
The 2/3.
I'm not sure. It's 2/3 of whoever votes. So depending on turnout, it would be 2/3 of the turnout.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just kind of follow up on something that Councilmember Kurtz brought up just in the language. So are you saying that for the admission tax ballot language, we could tax the Angels on tickets, but the parking would have to be rebated, or would they both have to be rebated?
The lease covers both parking and admissions. So to
Okay.
the extent it applies, that language applies, it would apply to both of those measures.
So under the current landscape, obviously, we don't know what new businesses are going to come to Anaheim. But under the current landscape, does this admission tax, who does this admission tax apply to? How many businesses in the city of Anaheim?
Oh, I see. Angels with that big caveat, and Disneyland and California Adventures, I believe. It would not apply to the convention center because it only applies to privately owned or operated.
And it wouldn't apply to OC Vibe because it is under 20,000 people capacity?
It would not apply to the arena, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And I guess that's the concern that I have, is that we, as a council, sat here and went through, during a long period of time, going through Disneyland Forward, raising a lot of these concerns and issues, asking for investment on the priorities of this council, which at the time were housing and parks. And we came to an agreement and we voted for it. And so to do this at this time, I'm just concerned about, as I said, the city's reputation for bargaining in good faith. I am a huge supporter of our unions. I'm a huge supporter of our hospitality unions. And I just feel that if a hospitality union entered into a contract with a hotel that came with higher wages and benefits, and then a month later went on strike, people on this dais would lose their minds, because it would be a violation of a contract that they entered into under fair labor practices. So for us to then not respect the bargaining period in the bargaining process that we run through, I just struggle with that, and our reputation as being a place that attracts outside investment. And I do just disagree, I guess, a bit the way I read it, for the whole premise that this is a citywide tax, considering that it only is going to apply to one business. It would be, to me, like me putting forward a tax measure that applies citywide to all privately operated companies that have a Ferris wheel over 125 feet. Citywide. Well, we know that that is only going to be one business. And so I just don't think that that is in going along with what our development agreement was. I don't think that it's bargaining in good faith. And I really don't think that it does anything for the city's reputation as being a place to do business with and keep our word. So, I mean, I struggle with this, and right now I haven't been moved to support this as of yet. Because I just don't think it's in the best interest of our city. I do agree with my council colleagues that have talked about diversifying our tax base. I know that we are waiting for some reports and strategic plans from our Economic Development Department to see how we can attract new businesses into Anaheim. Have we made the progress that we would like to? No, we haven't. I think that the economy, especially going into a possible recession, is tough for a lot of cities and counties, not just Anaheim. Would I like to keep exploring? Would I like to keep aggressively going after other businesses to come into the canyon? Yes. I don't think that we keep going back to the same well, because that well will dry up. And I know that we have a lot of needs. But this whole discussion, I just keep thinking about something my grandmother used to always say, was that, pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. And so we can, keep trying to work with our partners and work with our resort community and work with our business leaders to attract more investment, or we can bleed them dry. I don't think doing this approach is going to be better for us. I'd rather explore, to Councilmember Bayless's point, tightening our belts, making sure, like every family in Anaheim is having to tighten their belts right now. I'd rather look at us tightening our belts than doing something that to me is just a bit short-sighted and not in the city's best interest. So with that, I think Councilmember Leon, I don't know if you still have further comments, and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
I guess my comment to that is, the hogs have not been slaughtered. They continue to thrive in our city, except for the residents. But Mayor, you bring up good points. You are welcome to make amendments to this bill or to this policy that I'm bringing forward, but to just kill it completely because you feel like it doesn't meet your expectations it's a little short-sighted, in my opinion. But I do want to go back to a couple of things. So Debbie, if you could also go back to look at So you mentioned to Councilmember Leon that, or no, actually Greg, you mentioned to Councilmember Leon that once the LPMR is paid off, we're going to be in a surplus. But that other slide indicated that we would be in a deficit by 2029. So which is it? And that's assuming a 5% increase in labor costs. I don't anticipate that we won't have any labor costs that are increasing.
Yeah, so on all the scenarios, once LPMR pays off, we will have a surplus. Then there's another scenario that we tried to put in front of you that just showed, basic labor cost increases. And so it's not until 2030 that there could be a structural deficit. Again, could be because there's so many other factors that need to be taken into consideration. And in that scenario, it's a $1 million structural deficit with 10% reserve still.
Right, which any deficit is not a good deficit, right?
Well, of course,
Because
exactly.
everybody's home budget, we wanted to either have a surplus.
Right.
And then
I guess my answer is both could be true.
Okay.
There is definitely a surplus, but there could also definitely be a structural deficit in the future.
And then you noted, Debbie, the reserves, they are declining in that 5-year forecast with the, so why are reserves important for a city?
Because as we've indicated, 70% of our budget goes to paying for the services that the residents get. And so the reserves allow us to weather a storm. It takes a long time to turn a big ship. And so unless you want to drastically impact services that are important to the community, you want to have reserves to be able to weather that storm and adjust thoughtfully.
And doesn't that also include securing bonds? So our bond rating is better if we have more reserves, is that correct?
Typically, that's correct, but it's going to depend on lots of other factors as well.
But Anaheim historically, obviously, we took out the bond for Disney to build that structure, historically has a good bond rating and secures a really good, so is that correct?
We have traditionally had ratings in the A category for the city. Correct.
Okay. And those capital improvement projects, I know I agree with Councilmember Bayless in terms of looking at our expenses, but I'm pretty sure that's what we do every budget cycle when we look at the budget and approve it. We're looking at what expenses could be cut. We're looking at what departments are, and most of the departments are flat year over year. We're asking them to do more with less. So I agree with you. If we could cut expenses by changing out our phones, we should. And that's something that I hope my council colleagues will bring to the table. But with this initiative, I brought a solution. I haven't heard any other solutions except for this one doesn't work. So I hope that you all will come back with some ideas other than the canyon, because I don't see the canyon generating a significant amount of revenue like I do this initiative. So when we go back to our community and we cannot fund proper services, or we have to say no to certain things, including public safety and decreasing our response times or getting dispatchers properly paid so we're not losing them to the city of Irvine, and giving a better experience for our residents. I want you all to remember the fact that we didn't come with any other solution than this, but nobody was willing to even talk about adopting one of these measures. It could have just been the parking. It could have been a reduced 3 to 1%. So I just want to remind my colleagues, I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion, but I would like to continue this, Jim, and ask staff to do an economic impact study that would review what the options would be, including a sales tax, utility tax, and the impact on our residents if that were to be implemented. If I could get a second, that would be great. Or do I need a second for that, or can I just ask staff to do it?
I'm pushing the wrong button. So I'm not sure. So the motion is to have an impact study with regard to?
Well, I mean, I think I heard several of my colleagues say that they don't understand the impact, even though I think staff did a great job forecasting what this would have on our city resources. So I don't know if somebody thinks that it would be worthwhile to actually have a paid-for economic impact study, and then also look at what a sales tax initiative would do, not only to the general fund, but also how it could potentially hurt business in Anaheim.
So I'm a little concerned that it might run afoul of what's been agendized for this meeting. Certainly something you could agendize for the next meeting and then have the council take a vote on it.
Okay.
That's my concern.
Okay. And then I just want to leave with this. Florida has admissions, tickets are all included in sales tax. So perhaps the state will come in and do that for us, and then we'll get our 1% of every dollar. Because Florida's gate has not been impacted. They actually are continuing to thrive. So the fact that we've all come here and talked about how it would hurt business, or even fathom the fact that Disney could possibly pick up and move away, is ridiculous. We know they're not moving to Arizona. We know they're not going to limit development. And I'm just saying that we need to do the right thing for the residents of Anaheim. And with those capital improvement projects that we would be able to fund here, it would generate jobs for our local trades, as well as the residents of Anaheim, and create more opportunities for the people here to thrive. So with that, I guess I will ask for a motion.
Well,
to
just
pass.
before, wait, let me run the meeting, please. We have other people that have liked to raise comments, both with Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Leon.
I guess I'll go first. Just a quick note, and maybe I misunderstood. The point of this conversation was about a specific tax measure and not bringing forth ideas. I've talked about some ideas with the city manager about maybe attracting film production in Anaheim, or maybe digitizing billboards for a revenue stream, many ideas. So I don't know, am I mistaken that this is a platform for all of our ideas, or is this just about the tax?
Discussion was specifically about this tax, but your ideas are always welcome for this dais to address.
Okay, thank you. And then just for our residents who may be listening, a vote against this measure is not a reflection about a lack of desire for a community center or a senior center. I see as a tax as a last resort, and I think there are possibilities to achieving our goals outside of this tax. So when I think of a senior center specifically, I'm thinking of partnering with health plans or foundations, but I think there's opportunities outside of placing a tax on working families. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, want to thank everybody that came to speak today. And as we continue this conversation, I do also thank my colleague for bringing this discussion forward. As a city, our priority must always be about finding solutions that work for everybody, especially our residents. And I do want to ensure that our employees, from our police officers and firefighters to our public works, our entire city staff, I want you to be among the highest paid and the best supported in the region. I want you to have all the tools and resources that you need to keep us safe, to keep us healthy and thriving. And absolutely, we need to make sure that our neighborhoods are healthy, but also our resort district as well. I want our tourism industry here in Orange County and Anaheim strong. Whether we like it or not, the resort district is a lifeline. It gives us the opportunity to do a lot of the things that we do. And this isn't anything that I haven't said before. I want our resort district to be successful. At the same time, we have a responsibility to focus on our core city obligations. And one thing, Mr. City Manager, that you'll be hearing from me as we discuss those LPMR bonds is neighborhoods, neighborhoods, neighborhoods. How can we continue to maintain public safety, keep our parks clean and welcoming, providing essential services that directly impact residents' daily lives, and invest in our neighborhoods and communities? And so I want to hear, what are our additional options? I appreciate that we've looked at some of the options. Are there other ones? And so I want to see what those additional options might be, and maybe that's something that we can look at when we're talking about the LPMR bonds, to see if there are other alternatives that might be able to be used to keep our community safe, the resort district thriving, our budget healthy, allow us the opportunity to make investments in our community. And we have time. Not a lot of time, but time nonetheless. With LPMR bonds paying off in a few years, our structural deficit turns into a surplus. And we don't yet know how we're going to allocate those surplus funds. And I want to make sure that we have a plan that we have clear accountability, that we have transparent plans, tangible benefits for our residents, our neighborhoods, and absolutely our employees. We're not able to do what we do without you, and you do a lot of work for our residents, 100%. I also have a responsibility to my constituents to make decisions that help us meet our financial needs and obligations without necessarily placing an undue burden on those same constituents, especially in the situation that we're in. We need to continue exploring all of our options. We need to make sure we do all of our homework, that we look at all and any alternatives, and then assess what it is that we need to do to continue to invest in our residents, in the people, in the services, in the infrastructure, everything that makes Anaheim the safe and vibrant community that it is.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing, especially since you looked over here when you said, is Disneyland going away? And I just want to point out that I don't think Disneyland's going anywhere, at least I hope they're not. And that wasn't my intent by pointing out what happens if Disneyland shuts off. My point is if we go into another pandemic again, is that a revenue stream that is solely dependent on entertainment? And it is. And so it was my idea to say, look, when you talk about diversification, it's more than just one category of business. So that was my intent to point that out, not to say that, you know, Disneyland's going to stop being around. But I'll just say that, you know, I can't in good conscience ask our residents or our key economic partners to take on new costs before we've done our best to take a hard and honest look inward. You know, we as a city and also we as a city council have to demonstrate that we are managing the existing resources that our residents and business have entrusted us with us as efficiently as possible. You know, I'd like to see, you know, we mentioned this earlier, or at least I did, maybe a comprehensive citywide review across all of the departments. And I'm new, so I hear everybody said we've discussed this before. I wasn't on those panels, so I'm new to here. But anyways, across every department where we can reduce expenditures, make good smart choices that streamline operations and modernize systems. And hopefully as we do that, I want to be clear, those reductions should be smart and strategic, made in a way that do not significantly impact service levels for our residents and businesses. At the same time, we need to conduct studies of creative options that could help create additional or increased streams of potential revenue that don't rely on new taxes. You know, for example, you mentioned maybe bringing the redevelopment and service fees up to current market rates, you know, could generate meaningful revenue without burdening the public that's out there. I know we've got a wonderful economic development team out there. You know, I'd like to put them to work. I'm sure they can provide additional insights and options as to where areas that we can look to generate additional revenue before we go with the tax route that's out there. So in short, I just want to say, you know, I'm not opposed to finding new revenue solutions, but we need to do it the right way with a complete understanding of our expenditures and also opportunities for efficiencies. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva.
I just want to thank my council colleagues for taking the opportunity to review this. At this time, I will not be asking for a motion. I would like to just continue this item until further notice. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that this was dead on arrival. I mean, I needed 5 votes. I know where my council colleague Natalie Meeks comes from because that's her philosophical belief, and we understand each other in that way. And then seeing the mayor's article was a precursor to the determination of this outcome. So unfortunately, we will have to go back to the drawing board and look for solutions. But I did hear a lot of people talk about, you know, cutting expenses or looking for alternative solutions. And I hope that we will explore those options in the near future to see if it's really something that can help fund our general fund for long-term sustainability for the largest city in the county of Orange with the most populous economic engine. So with that, I would just like to continue the item, City Attorney.
Can we continue to a date uncertain, or do we need to table?
Okay, so in order to continue to a date uncertain or to table, it will require a motion and a second, and then a vote. So whatever the intent of the motion maker is to continue to a specific date, continue to a date uncertain, or to table the item.
Yeah, I'll table it so I can bring it back in a different form if I need to.
Yeah, so table can only be brought back in this meeting, so then you would have to re-agendize another item at either today or a later meeting, if that's what your intent is. If it's not taken off the table today at this meeting, then it basically dies. So then it would you'd have to re-agendize another item. But I should say our council policy indicates that there needs to, unless the council wants to make an exception, that there needs to be a at least 6 months before an item is brought back after any action is taken, including a tabling. So it sounds like if you want to have a further discussion of this item, it would be more of a motion to continue, but I'm not sure if that is your intent or not.
I mean, we can call, if it's going to be 6 months regardless, which doesn't really make sense, Rob, if you could double check that. Because I thought that if we took a motion and the motion failed, that is when it would come back in 6 months. But a continuation would come back for discussion.
Yeah, continuation's fine.
Okay.
Continuation can come back anytime. I'm just saying if you table it and it doesn't get taken off the table, I believe that's specifically listed as one of the reasons you can't bring it back within 6 months in our council policy. Continuation is a different issue. You can continue it to any date you want.
Okay. Can I continue it to a date to be determined at a later time?
Yes, that to be determined is fine, and then it does require a second and a vote by the council.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion to continue to a date uncertain. Would you still like to second that motion?
Can it come back let's say it was a broader discussion about revenues and things. It could come back in that revised form?
In the way we typically amend, agendize items, sure. Like if Councilmember Rubalcaba wants to do that, or the council members or whatever, that's fine.
I have a question. So before I vote, in doing that, this ordinance as written would not necessarily come back. I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, I mean, this ordinance, a continuing item means that you're not taking a vote on the substance of it, and it would come back. So presumably the same information would come. That's what a continuation is. If there's an intent to do something different, you don't really need a continuation. You just need to agendize something different.
So if we did that, then could this never come back? If it morphed enough to be considered a different item?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I would like to bring it back as a broader discussion in revenue options and things.
Right. Then I would just, to be honest, I mean, you can.
It sounds like that's a different agenda item.
Yeah, or if you all want to continue it with the understanding that it's going to be not this item, but a similar discussion, that's perfectly fine as long as we get a majority vote to do that.
But what's the point of doing that? We're
I'm just
voting to continue something that we don't even know what it is.
I'm just throwing out suggestions that meet whatever the goal of the council is. It's up to you all how you want to handle it.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So I think we should either not make a motion or make a motion to continue this item and let us vote on whether we want to bring this back. Right?
No, I think what Rob was saying, and to Councilmember Meeks's point, we could include this in options to explore altogether. So it would be an agenda item that would include this. If we vote to continue this, and it could not be included in a future item.
Yeah, so if you continue, again, it depends on the motion, but you can continue this in a way that opens up the discussion to other possibilities. You can even continue it in a way where you say, we're not going to bring this actual ordinance back, but it will be a discussion item on different alternatives, or whatever the intention of the motion maker is. It gets a second, and then the majority of the council agrees to that, then that's what it would become.
How about if I make a motion to continue so we can explore additional options?
That's fine.
In addition to this one?
That's fine, yeah. I would just clarify that we would not, in that case, bring necessarily the actual ordinance as, formulated here before you, but would obviously include that as part of the staff report.
The concept.
That's the concept, right?
Okay, I'll second that.
Thank you.
And it's to a date uncertain, so we can
Work
talk about the
together.
strategic plan and move
So
forward.
we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Bayless? No.
No, I was going to just point out in the conversation that we do have a strategy session coming up. And that's the perfect point, the perfect place to talk about this. Anyways,
Perfect.
that's all I was going to point out.
The financial part, it might be 2 steps, going through the strategic
part of
plan and
it-
then figuring out.
Part of it
Funding
is
options.
going to be bringing back this ordinance.
Options. It'll be options, including this option.
I just don't know what we're voting to continue. I mean, this doesn't, it's an, I mean, I think it's going to fail based on lack of clarity.
Well, that's why we're going to bring it back so we can clarify it for you.
Then how can I vote on something that I,
Well, we're just asking you to vote to bring, I mean, you could vote no. I mean,
right
vote
now,
no.
that's but what I'm understanding, but under Robert's Rules of Order, we need to have some sense of clarity on what we are voting. So voting to continue an item in addition to other things that might come forward maybe is not a clear enough item for us to even vote on. It's just not. I mean, that's just not proper Robert's Rules of Order.
Well,
So
Rob, you're the city attorney. What is your opinion?
Again, you can make a motion to continue with certain conditions. The council would need to spell out what those conditions are, and then it can be continued to another date. Again, alternatively, you could just move along and then agendize something under agenda setting. Make it a fresh item, however you see fit.
So I would like to make a motion to continue this to explore other revenue opportunities in the city, include this item. I won't even say include this item, but explore all revenue opportunities in the city. And would you second that, Councilmember Meeks? That's what I thought too, but we needed to clarify it.
But basically, we're
we're
continuing.
doing this at the strategic plan anyway. It doesn't, it's.
And I think the strategic plan discussion will be kind of setting our priorities, and then I would like staff to come back with funding options or strategies after they know our priorities. So I'm looking at it as kind of step one, step two, not all at the same meeting, because that's way too much.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
So let me make sure I understand. The vote is, date uncertain, bring back the information, the financial information that was included in the staff report, along with other options that might be discussed as a result of the strategic plan that, yes, so it'd be, we're not, no, not, we are going to.
What are we afraid of?
We are going to vote on bringing something to council at a later date, uncertain, that will include this information, not the ordinance, but the financial information, along with other options that staff will explore, so that after, as Councilmember Meeks pointed out, after we have our strategic session, outline our priorities, staff can look at these numbers, other numbers that might help us achieve that plan.
Yes. Yeah,
All
good,
right.
good.
The vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays, nays by Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Bayless. Motion carries.
So we are skipping, or not skipping, but we took item number 28 is off the calendar, so moving on.
Mayor, I'm
we don't have
sorry.
any.
Mayor, yes, item 28 is, was pulled off, but we just need a motion just to continue that item.
Okay, thank you. So I will make a motion to continue item number 28 at the request of staff.
I'll second.
I have a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The public hearing will continue to the council meeting of December 9th, 2025.
Thank you. So we don't have any non-agenda public comments, correct, clerk?
That's
So now is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Can council members please weigh in? I'll start with Councilmember Maas.
Thank you, Mayor. I am interested in exploring a construction jobs and trades fair. So I would love to ask staff to explore potential locations and cost for an event like that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Would you like a closed session report, Mayor?
Oh, yeah, but I want to, Councilmember Bayless?
I'd like to add to the agenda a discussion on the rules of putting an agenda on the item, expressly looking into how much staff time is available to us when we do that. So I'd like to take a look at the rules to put an item on the agenda, expressly looking at how much staff time is allotted to us as a city council person to help us put an item on the agenda.
Is it, as an action item, possibly, or discussion? Action item, possible discussion. Excuse me, discussion with possible action.
Yes, please.
Last, I wanted to just ask the city manager, I know we had previously discussed this, I just wanted to follow up to see what the progress was when we had, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it on the consent calendar, for the contracts that are signed by the city manager's office as well as Visit Anaheim to have on our agenda, like the staff reports, to have live links to those contracts, both the Visit Anaheim contracts approved by Director Morton as well as your office, so that people can download them and look at them if they so choose. With that, I'd like to go to our city attorney for our closed session report.
No reportable action occurred in closed session. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Attorney. So with no other business before the council, we stand adjourned until November 4th.